Hey guys, this is Katie with Vintage and Vinyl back with another great video for you today. And I am so excited to be chatting with you live as we look through this Good Housekeeping magazine from 1935 that was sent to me to Debbie at RVagabond Travels. I am just absolutely thrilled to get this. There is a lot of fun advertisements, some saucy stories, and a whole lot more in this that are just going to be so much fun to peruse through. So I'm really looking forward to that. And this is a pretty large magazine. So we'll be doing this every Monday on my channel for the next couple of Mondays. So I'll be doing some vintage magazines in January, which I'm very excited about. And then February, we'll get back to some of the 1950s saucy reading. And then, of course, Wednesday, I have a really cool video for you coming out. And I'm excited to take you in an architectural salvage yard. So I'm very excited about that. They are pretty much empty during the day. There's like one person working in there now. And so I might be able to take you guys in and show you that. And I'm really excited. It's one of my favorite places to go junking and picking for some really, really cool stuff. So I can't wait to show you that. And then, of course, I'll be doing some more videos coming soon on some neat topics. So I've got a whole collection of vintage games that I can't wait to show you guys and do a little deep dive in that. I'll also be doing a dive into my brooch collection, and I might take you guys live into my closet to show you my hats. So I'm very excited about that. So lots of fun content coming up for you. And I see Deanna's here. Hi, Deanna. I'm so glad you're in the chat. And Karen Radford is here. Hello, Karen. And we have Teresa Bryant. Welcome, Teresa. And Javier. Hello, welcome. And Gritty Grat is here. Awesome. I'm so glad you're in the chat. And Auntie K is here. Hello, Auntie K. And Angela Marksberry is here. Hello, Angela. And Melamart, I am so excited you are in the chat. Meliart, I said your name wrong. You are from Finland, and I have to tell you, I think you're from Finland. We were chatting in one of the live chats recently, and I got to know you a little better. And I found a video of Finnish pancakes, and I'm not sure exactly what they're called, but I made them for dinner, and they are delicious. I don't know if that's something that you eat where you are, but they are so good. You just put eggs and flour and a little bit of butter, eggs, flour, butter, and then you put a little bit of cardamom in there. And boy, I tell you, it was absolutely delicious. So I don't know if that's something you eat where you are, but that's very, very fun. And it was so delicious. So fun. I'm going to have to look up some more Finnish recipes. And then TC is here. If you guys are not subscribed to TKR Video Central, please go do so. He is awesome. He's done some Jingle Bell Jams. He's got a fun vinyl channel and definitely worth checking out. Love the Jingle Bell Jams, TC. That's been really fun to listen to and see during the Christmas season, and other great content as well. So check out TC. Teresa Bryant, I believe I said hello to you already, but welcome. Carol Powell is in the chat. Hi, Carol. And Justin is here. Hi, Justin. Awesome. And yes, Meliard saying it's called ledu or pankanu. I think I'm saying that correctly. But boy, it was delicious. I just so enjoyed that. Randy is here. Welcome. It sounds all good. I'll be watching. Good, Randy. Awesome. And let's see if I've missed anybody else. Gritty Grat's saying yum to the pancakes. Yes, they're kind of like a mix between regular pancakes and French toast and like a crepe, like a French crepe. So it's just really good. And I was so glad when I found that recipe. So I'm excited to keep trying things from around the world. And it really turned out to be good. And it was so easy to make. It took me maybe 20 minutes to put it all together. So that was fantastic. And TC says that he has an anti-Valentine series coming out in February. Oh, that's going to be so fun, TC. That is awesome. I'm going to be definitely looking forward to that. Fun, fun. And Sharon C says hello. Hi, Sharon. I'm glad you're in the chat. So before we jump into the magazine, I wanted to show something I picked up today because I thought it might be helpful for all of you guys that are looking at how to clean vintage linens or anything that you need a spot removed. This is Purex. It's False Naspatha, and I'm not saying this correctly, but Jamie at Mid-Century Wasted turned me on to this. And you get it in a container like this, just a bar. It looks like a bar of soap. And it says here, this is my first time using it, but you strain the bar, wait a minute, and I think you add water or something to it. But apparently she was saying this bar like lasts almost a year, and you mix it, with the spots on your clothes, rub it on with the water and it takes the spots out. So I'm used to using Biz. I use Biz. I've used it ever since my grandparents used it. They've been a big fan of Biz, and it just works magic. So I have a whole container of Biz that I put in every laundry load that I do. And I'm really interested to try this for like vintage linens and things that have tough spots, because the Biz does a really, really good job. But I want to see what this is all about. So I picked it up. It cost me a less than $1, I think. I think it was 98 cents. So it's a super good bargain, and it lasts a long time. Hi, Tiger Purple. How are you? I'm glad you're in the chat. Hi, Dragonfly Addict. Welcome. And Gritty Grat saying, Finland gave me one of my favorite TV series, Border Town. Oh, how neat, Gritty Grat. I'm going to have to look that up. I love a good TV show. Just bought a couple, Angela says. Interesting. And Melliart saying, if you made them in a frying pan, it's a pancake. If you made them in the oven, it's a pancake. That's the difference between those two pancakes. That's fun. Yeah, I made it in the oven, Melliart. So I mixed I put the 4 tablespoons of butter in the baking dish and let that melt while I was preheating the oven. And then I combined all the other ingredients in a bowl, the 4 eggs, the half a cup of flour, and a couple tablespoons of different ingredients like the vanilla and the cardamom. And then I put it all in that bowl for, I think, in the baking dish for, what was it? I think 20 minutes, and it was just delicious. It was just really good. Sandy says, I remember that way back to my 100-year-old grandmother. I have the vintage bar. I could never stand the smell. It has it has like a ivory soap smell, in my opinion. It's very interesting, but I'm excited to try it because I do have some linens and things that could use a little bit of an extra spot clean. So that's wonderful. Karen's saying, I have my grandfather's hat that looks like yours. Oh, how wonderful, Karen. Yes, this is, I'm going to take it off. This is my grandfather's hat, Papa, and this is a wonderful hat, my very favorite hat, probably out of all the hats I own. This is a vintage Dobbs. And if you don't know anything about Dobbs, Dobbs is an exceptional hat company. This has just a wonderful lining on the inside. It's got this butter soft leather. It's just absolutely wonderful. Suede fedora hat. Well, actually, this could be a trilby. I think this might be more of a trilby because the brim is shorter. Fedoras typically have a little bit of a wider brim, and you can snap them up or down. So the reason behind that was, as I've mentioned before on my lives, men that wore fedoras didn't typically have a ton of money. Fedoras weren't the high fashion hat at the time. So you might have worn a top hat or a derby hat. Those were more fancy. Those were like, oh, you had money, you were higher class. And so fedoras were more practical for the everyday man. But the whole idea behind the brim is that you could snap it up or snap it down, and then you had the pinch front, so you could pinch it in whatever way you wanted it to go, so you could make it look a little bit more upscale. And I just think that's interesting about hats. So this is probably a trilby, not a fedora. Trilbies have the shorter brims. They do have the pinch front in the top, And then you have like your Hamburg hats. I had a Hamburg hat on the other day that was my grandfather's. It doesn't have the pinch front. It's a little more rounded, and it kind of dips in the middle and curves off to the side. And then you have the derby hats, which I know most of you guys have seen. And then you have the top hat. So there's all different kinds of vintage hats, and it's really fun to take a deep dive into hats. And I'm going to do another video on my collection soon because I've gotten a few new hats. But these are true vintage hats, and those are really my favorite because Dobbs hats, to me, are really just phenomenal hats. And if you can buy a vintage Dobbs hat for a good price, pick it up. You won't regret it. I mean, they just fit you so, so well. So that's fun. I'm sure I'm missing some chatter here. I read Sandy's comment. TC saying, I have seen Fell's Naphtha since I was a kid. Wow, I didn't even know they still made this stuff. TC, I had never heard of it because my grandmother had always used Biz. She was like, you know, Biz is the thing to use. And I have to say, Biz works really well. It's cheap. You get a big, big container of it. And it just works. It gets out spots. It freshens laundry. I mean, it's like awesome. And I think it's like $2 for a giant carton of it. And I know a lot of people use OxyClean now, which personally I'm allergic to, so I can't use OxyClean. But I'm interested to try this because I've heard that it is really good. My grandmother would just cut off a hunk as you needed it, or grate it or shave it with an old metal grater. Oh, you know, that makes sense, Deanna. That's awesome. And I see Record Crate is here. Hello and good night. No worries, Adam. I think I missed you already. I am so glad that you hit your 200th episode of Coffee and Vinyl. So if you're not following Adam from Record Crate, please go subscribe. He's awesome. He does a whole bunch of really cool vinyl content, and he owns a record store in North Carolina in Raleigh. So he is awesome. And he does Coffee and Vinyl, and I've gotten to be on the show with him before, which is phenomenal. So definitely go check him out. Hi, Chastity, my best friends in the chat. I love you so much, and I miss you like crazy. So hopefully we can do a Zoom sometime together. I know that we can't see each other right now, but we'll get back to that. Sharon's asking me, where did I get the soap? So Sharon, we have a Publix grocery store. Any grocery store or like Walmart probably carries this. I got it for like 98 cents, I think, at Publix. Now I didn't go in. I just, ordered like I normally do, but the guy was able to find it, which was great. Mine is really old. Maybe they gave you a new smell. Yeah, mine smells good. It has like a fresh, clean scent, sort of like I said, ivory soap, but then there's a hint of citrus to it. Now this is made by Purex, but it's in Spanish. And I am not fluent in Spanish, so I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to read exactly what's in this. Let's see. There is not an ingredient list, so I don't know what is in this exactly, but it is a laundry bar and stain remover. And they've been around since, this company has been around since 1894. So there you go. Melliart says, you eat them with jam and whipped cream optional. Yes, Melliart. I actually used some red pepper jelly that I had in the refrigerator, and it's really great. Thank you, Melliart. I'm so glad. Melliart, I think you might have mentioned your name, but I am so bad with names. So please tell me your name again so I can call you by your first name. And maybe I am, so I'm sorry if I've missed something there. Yes, she's saying you can get it at Walmart. Yes, it's in the laundry soap aisle. Who am I missing in the chat? Hi, Trisha. Welcome. I'm so glad you are here. We're talking about this Fell's Naphtha. I'm not sure how you say it. Laundry remover for linens. And I'm going to show you this awesome Good Housekeeping magazine from Debbie in just a second. And Belinda is here. Hi, Belinda. Welcome to the chat. And Debbie is here. Hi, Debbie at RVagabond Travels. Tiger Purple saying, I have a beautiful old top hat with its original box. I found it at a flea market in Berlin 2 or 3 years ago. It fits me too, just a little tight, but I can wear it. Awesome piece. Oh my gosh, Tiger, that sounds incredible. Yeah, those old vintage hats, when you find them, it is like gold. And I've gotten a few vintage hats. In fact, one of my other favorite hats is by Stetson, and I got it on eBay, but it's probably a 1950s Stetson, and oh my gosh, it is amazing. And Debbie, I'm so glad you're in the chat because Debbie is the one that gifted me this fabulous 1935 Good Housekeeping magazine. And I can't wait to go through it. We're going to go through it page by page. There's some saucy stories in it, cool recipes, and lots of great advertising. And I am just so grateful that she sent this to me because it's going to be really fun to look at that with you all. So please go subscribe to Debbie and RVagabond Travels if you aren't. And my other good friend is in the chat. Hey, Jacob, how are you doing? Say hello to the gang for me. I missed you guys. I'm glad you're here. And Sharon says she's going to look for it. Good, Sharon. Yeah, I think it's worth looking for the price and see how it works. And Book Bewitched is here. Hi, Book Bewitched. I'm glad you're here. Publix, no stores on the West Coast. Yeah, I know. And Publix is such a good grocery store. Hi, Tia Fane. Oh, don't worry. You didn't miss a single thing. We're just chatting and still saying hello to some people, so I'm glad you're here. Hi, Christy at Tippy Winks Vintage. That's another great channel. If you're not subscribed to Tippy Winks, please go subscribe to her. She is really, really great. All right. They still sell Fell's Naphtha. Yes, they do. Because I have a bar right here, so that's fun. Oh, also on Amazon Prime. Yeah, I'm sure Amazon has it, Justin. That way you can get it delivered directly to your door, free shipping if you have that. Oh, wow, Stetsons are great too. Yeah, they really are Tiger Purple. I couldn't believe the guy had it listed for $20, and it was like new condition. It has a really gorgeous silk candy cane lining on the inside, like red and white striped. Oh my gosh, it is amazing. So I can't believe I got it for that price because Stetsons are, as you guys know, very, very expensive. But I tell you, a vintage Stetson hat is worth it. Stetson and Dobbs, I think. You know, I also have some, there's another hat that I have. I can picture it, but I can't tell you the brand name. But I will show that to you guys in my hat video. But that hat is a more budget hat, but it is still really well made for the 50s. You know, things were just made better back then. You don't get that kind of quality nowadays, I don't think. Kroger has it too. Yeah, Kroger is another good grocery store. If you don't have Publix, I like Kroger because my dad lives near a Kroger and it's really great. Hi, Annette Fane. Welcome to the chat. I'm so glad that you are here. So yay. Lots of great folks in the chat, and I feel like I'm going to sneeze, so hopefully I don't do that on camera. So, all right, guys. Well, 26 of you guys are here, so let's dig into this good housekeeping, shall we? This is from 1935. Back then, it cost 25 cents. Now, if you're in Canada, you could get this for 30 cents, which I just think is fun. The graphic on the front is really great. Look at these sweet little children. I think they are fabulous. And there's so many stories in this that are fun. And I read a story from from this magazine the other day on one of my late night live chats. And boy, it was really saucy. So, of course, they're advertising here the short stories. You've got The Kissing Stenographer by Eleanor Hollert Abbott and other stories as well. And the story that I was reading the other night in the magazine that you guys were tuning into, there's a really interesting story about the woman that wrote it. I looked her up because Doo-Wop Bob was so kind to, he loves books and magazines, and he's in the chat a lot. He's one of my record buddies, and he loves old magazines and books, so he was doing a lot of research on Agnes Christine Johnson, and he told me that she actually did a lot of like B movies. So she's apparently in some movies and some other things as well. So it's really cool if you look her up. She's got quite an interesting story. And this was the story that I was reading from the other night, Hotel for Two. And it's just so fun. Oh, good. I'm so glad you're happy I'm live. During my rodeo days, Stetsons were my favorite. Still have one left. Oh, how cool, Tiger. Yeah, Stetsons are nice. They're really, really good hats. Louie, oh my gosh, I wish you guys could see Louie. She's over here being just the most mischievous pup in the whole world. I love the title, The Kissing Stenographer. Man, is that ever a title from the era, right, TC? It really is. It's definitely got the whole, 1930s title there. So this is really fun. And the inside cover, now, with all these old magazines, they kind of fall apart a little bit. So you have to be careful. So the cover is loose. So I'm just going to hold up the cover and then I'll flip through the rest of the magazine. Well, we'll do part of the magazine today, and then I'll do several Mondays where we get a chance to look at the magazine. Kind of like Jamie did at Mid-Century Wasted. She did the Sundays at Sears premieres, and oh my gosh, they were fabulous. Sundays at Sears are awesome, and I really love looking through that Sears catalog. Hi, Tony, Butterfly Nurse. I'm so glad you are here. Oh, and guys, let me show you the pin that I have on today. I'm wearing my Sunburst pin by Trafari. Trafari is a wonderful maker of vintage pins, and I've got it paired with my dog shirt. So I've got these little beagles, and there's little bones. It's just a fun print. And so this has sort of a brown stone. It's not real or anything in the middle, but it's just beautiful piece of jewelry, and it goes well, I think, with my hat. So that's what I'm wearing today, which is fun. And I'm sorry I'm getting text messages from some people. So hang on, let me silence my phone so that doesn't disturb us. Okay, now here is the inside of the magazine. So this is a General Veltone floor ad, which I just think is so cool. Look at the drapes and all of that ruffle up here on the bed. That is so indicative of the times. And it's really beautiful, that old wood furniture. Isn't that just so gorgeous? And I love how on the table, if you look closely, you can see there's a beautiful like crystal lamp. And then you've got other things. You don't want to see my face. You want to see the ad. So let me move that over. The StreamYard camera's backwards, so it does take a little bit of a getting used to. And look at that. Is that not just gorgeous? And I love ball and claw feet. So you've got the ball and claw feet here on this little piece of furniture here. Isn't that just such a neat ad? This is advertising cheerful Veltone floors, and they are at home in any room. It says, in bedrooms, dining rooms, and in fact about almost every room, modern decorators call for the wall-to-wall sweep of color on the floor. This color treatment will never be monotone. If you choose a Veltone floor with its swirl of subtle blended tones. The color range in Veltone floors is very wide, with rich blues, greens, grays, tans, rush shades, blacks, and it is endlessly varied in tone patterns. Veltone floors are extremely long-lived and easier to keep up than any other type of floor. Washing and occasional applications of CLX self-polishing wax may represent the entire upkeep cost for many, many years. Ask your CLX dealer to show you the new Veltone patterns. Remember, Veltone floors are built-in equipment and can be financed easily, together with other modeling work through a Federal Housing Administration loan. So isn't that cool? That is just so, so neat. It really is. Oh, people are saying very pretty. Good. I'm sure that's about the ad or the brooch, but I'm so glad you guys are liking it. I love the Sundays at Sears series. That channel is Mid-Century Wasted, and yes, Jamie has a fabulous channel, and she is going to be taking folks to see some great places, mid-century modern Mecca in California. So you want to check out for those videos coming soon, which is going to be awesome. I had a powder blue canopy bed growing up. Really, how fun. Yes, I love the canopy bed. It's just so fancy. I think that's really fun. Now, I can't tell what's on the drapes. I think that's flowers, but this is just a very cool ad. So I love that. And we'll get to the back cover when we get to the back cover. Okay, guys, now here's something really fun. Look at this. Now, I had no idea that they had an ad for Windex. How many of you guys knew that Windex was around back in the 1930s? I didn't. I love Windex. I've been using that ever since I was a young kid. My mom would give us Windex on a cloth and, let us wipe down the glass table. And I always thought that was so fun to see the glass get shiny. So I love Windex, but Windex has been around a very long time. And apparently Windex is made by the makers of Drano. So we have this really awesome ad for Windex that is just so cool. Look at this, you guys. I love this graphic. Holy moly. That is really fun. And look, there's the Windex bottle there. And then you've got the two women, and they're doing house cleaning tasks. So it says, hold everything till I get there and show you how to wash them without water or work. Nope, I am not through cleaning the house. I'm washing the windows today, and that's an all-day job in itself. Then she says, simply dampen the small cloth with Windex. Give it a quick whisk over the glass and dry. That's all. House clean your mirrors and picture glass with Windex too. You can see how much easier and better it is than the old water and sponge way. Darling, from now on, Windex is going to be the window washing work in the house. And it's got the good housekeeping seal of approval. So that's a fun ad. Now, there's such a funny thing to me with hearing women talk about cleaning the windows, because I still can picture my grandmother talking about, even now, like, oh, my windows are so dirty, I have to go wash up the windows. And Windex obviously makes it much easier, but imagine a bucket and a sponge, like how long that would have taken to clean the windows. And there's a song that I love so much by the Chordettes called "A Girl's Work Is Never Done." And in the song, it says, wash up the windows. Oh, heck, the rain, a waste of time. And she's going through all the things that a girl, and this song was written, let's see, I think it was written in 1950 something. I'd have to go back and look that up. But they're talking about all the things that the girls have to do. A girl's work is never done. Wash up the windows and the floor. Oh, heck, the rain, a waste of time. Now I need an Advil for my head, and they're going through all this thing, oh, the kids are home from school and they're tracking in all the dirt. Like if you read the lyrics, it's quite fun. And it reminds me of this Windex ad. So this is fun. And it washes windows without water. It's made by the makers of Drano. Saves work, time, and money. No more heavy buckets to lug. No more messy sponges or dusty cloths. Windex won't spot drapes and can't harm paint or enamel. Gets the dingiest glass sparkling clean, even down to the corners. Windex your automobile glass. Watch bugs and streaks disappear like magic. Watch it bring the chromium back to brightness, too. Get a bottle today, on sale at grocery, drug, and hardware stores. Also, all furnishing departments. This is such a great ad. It really is such a fun ad. So yay for the Windex. I think that is so cool. And Auntie Kay saying, put some Windex on it. Oh my gosh, Auntie Kay, I love Big Fat Greek Wedding. That is a hilarious movie. Yes, put some Windex on it. I used to use Windex. Awesome stuff. Yeah, it really is awesome stuff. Good evening. Hi, Diana, little vintage me. I'm so glad you are here. My Big Fat Greek Wedding was so funny. The dad used Windex on everything, even the cuts on his arm. Yes, he did. Kind of reminds me of my grandfather in Bactine. My grandfather was huge into, believer of Bactine, because he did a lot of work in the garden, and he was always, cutting, got cut up from something, like working in the garden or the garage. Like he was always tinkering around with things, and he'd have Bactine like everywhere, like always spray Bactine on it. It will make it better. So it kind of reminds me of that. Hi, Kim. I missed Kim in the chat. Did Kim come in from Oh My Vintage? I don't know. Maybe I'm got the wrong person here. Anyway, glad all of you guys are here. Welcome to the chat. So this is the Windex ad that I think is just really fabulous. And then there's an ad here for, let's see what this is. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is a Coca-Cola ad. Now I have not flipped through this that much because I wanted this to be a surprise with you on camera. Oh my word. Okay, this is amazing. Now y'all know I love my Coca-Cola, and look at this. Oh my goodness, how cool is this? Oh, that's amazing, Debbie. Thank you for this magazine. Oh my word. Okay, it says the drink that's so refreshing at fountains. Add tingling refreshment to sizzling steak at a garden fireplace, at the soda fountain, or at home. Meet autumn at your garden fireplace with sizzling steaks and an ice cold Coca-Cola. Enjoy a new tasty thrill. Autumn tingles with life and sparkle. So does ice cold Coca-Cola. Autumn is here. Coca-Cola should be ready in your family refrigerator. Order the case, 24 bottles from your local dealer. Coca-Cola is pure, wholesome, energy-giving, refreshment-containing with no artificial flavoring or coloring. Ice-cold Coca-Cola is every place. It belongs in your icebox at home. Wow, this is cool. Now look, this features the soda jerk. Look at him. Oh, this is amazing, you guys. Look at the graphics on this. Oh, how cool. And look, you can definitely tell, like, this is an older Coca-Cola ad, too, because it's got the trademark registered in the swerve of the C there. Oh, you just can't beat this stuff with a stick. I'm telling you, it is amazing. And you've got the delicious and refreshing. So that's definitely an older Coca-Cola slogan. Oh, Diana, you were saying, oh, that's okay. No worries, Debbie. That's all right. It's easy to get everybody mixed up. Yes, it's so easy. People just get all, alike sounding in the chat. We all have vintage in our name a lot of the time, so it's very, very easy. Oh, I'm missing chatter here about the Coca-Cola stuff. Sharon saying, I like the vintage Coke song where they all are holding lights and singing. Which one is that, Sharon? That's not the I'd like to teach the world to sing, is it? That came out in 1970. There's a really interesting story about that, too. Hi, Dot Likes Red. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome. Tony says, I have patients who think WD-40 cures it all. Oh, no, Tony. Yeah, WD-40 wouldn't be something that I would want to put on something. TC says, gotta run. Wifey is calling. I'll try to catch more on the replay. Oh, awesome, TC. We'll talk to you later. Hi, Jen Weeks. Welcome. I'm glad you're in the chat. And did I miss anybody else? I don't think so. Hi, Pamela Blanchard. Hey, y'all. I'm so glad you're here. Pamela, I just got your package today with my hat rack, and I'm going to show that off on Wednesday. So I can't wait. I'm very, very excited about it. So I'm glad you're here. So this is just an awesome Coca-Cola ad. I mean, you just cannot beat these things with a stick at all. These old graphics. So this is very fabulous. And I'm trying to be very gentle because these old magazines, the pages are very thin. So I don't want to rip the pages. So I'm just being very careful. This is a great poem, and I think it's kind of fun because Mary R. just popped into the chat. Hi, Mary R. And this is a Mary Jane poem. So how perfect is that? Great timing. Look at the graphics with these cats. Now that cat looks like he is scared to death. He is having a cat fight with that other cat down below. And I tell you, I don't think that's going to end well for that poor old cat. And see, there's a full moon out, so that must mean something. And then you've got this lady here who's going to bed. But she looks a little bit startled, too, like she's had a bad dream. So we're going to read this and see what this is. This is by Lois Compton Fuller, and it's illustrated by Gertrude K. And for all of you guys that are just jumping in, we are looking at a magazine from 1930, Good Housekeeping, from 1935 to be a little bit more specific, from Debbie at RVagabond Travels. And so far, the stuff in this magazine is fantastic. Annette Fain said, I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. Yes, that is that Coca-Cola song that is just so fabulous. So let's see what this poem is all about. It says, I love to hear a good cat fight when it is at night, and everything is still and creepy chill. Goes gushing up my flesh. Then in a hush there comes a rush, and then a yowl, and they begin to growl and howl and hit and spit and mix it, lickety-split. Golly, right down in our back alley, or backwards and forwards and up and down in our backyard. I shiver and shake, but I take deep breaths, and inside me I cheer whenever I hear a good cat fight. It's funnier at night than in the day, for I am out of the way and safe in bed. I always dread to be out when there's a cat fighting about. And dogs, they frighten you even when you know they can't get you. But cats, oh my, I lie and grin when they begin. I shiver and shake, but I take deep breaths, and inside me I cheer whenever I hear a good cat fight. I love to hear them howl and growl and yowl and shriek and seek to tear each other's fur to bits. It frightens me to fits, but I do love a good cat fight when it's all dark and still at night. Oh my! Well, that is one fun little poem. How cool is this going to be for Halloween? That is just fabulous. And I have to say, I really enjoyed reading that. I mean, some of these poems and things in here are quite saucy, but man, they are fun. I love a good cat fight. And nowadays, we're probably thinking of something completely different than people in the 30s would have thought about. Cat fight nowadays doesn't have quite the same meaning. And I just think that this is very fun. Wow, that's a cool poem. So yeah, for Halloween, I can't wait to put that out. No cat fights. I get up in the middle of the night and run out my PJs when they start fighting. Yeah, Tiger Purple, I'm sure, cat fights can be quite scary. My aunt had cats, and sometimes her cats would come in from the night with scratches from random other neighbor cats. So yeah, I'm not much for all of that, but I will say the poem is very well written. And it's great. And I don't remember from my English classes what kind of poem this would be. You have like haiku and other ones, and I don't know. But it's still very, very awesome. Aaron, welcome to the chat. He's saying Mr. Popper's Penguins by Richard Attar, Florence Attar, and Robert Lawrence, illustrator. Oh, very interesting. I love Mr. Popper's Penguins. It's a good book. Okay, now here's another cool advertisement. This is the third advertisement in the book that we've looked at so far. And this is, we show actual photographs. This is Bear Aspirin. And look at this. So I'm going to have to read about it so that you can see what's happening in the photographs. But here is the advertisement. And I've seen those Bear Aspirin 10s. And they're kind of fun to pick up if you like the old rusty, crusty advertising like I do. And the 10s are really fun to pick up. And if you like, I know Misty at Thrifter, Junker, Vintage Hunter collects all those old bathroom-related 10s. So that's fun. So it says, we show you actual photographs to let you see the quick-acting property of real Bear Aspirin. Drop an aspirin tablet into a glass of water. By the time it hits the bottom of the glass, it's already disintegrating. Quick relief for headaches, pains, and all kinds of other things that I seem to not be able to pronounce. Numerous? I don't know what this word is. Maybe you guys have heard of it. This is a new one for me. See it right there? Oops. All right, let me get that. There you go. Do you guys know what that word is? I don't. I'm not familiar with it. And I'm sure if someone pronounced it, I would probably go, duh. But anyway, it was reduced to 15 cents in 1935 when this ad came out. So you could get a Bear aspirin 10 for 15 cents. You can't even buy aspirin for that nowadays. Aspirin in a whole bottle is like $23. So, wow, that's bananas. Of course, 15 cents was still probably pretty expensive back then. I'd have to do the conversion. In fact, I could probably pull up a conversion to see what 15 cents would have cost nowadays. Oh, you have 6 of those old aspirin tins, Shannon C. says. How cool. And Pamela is saying, I found some great advertising pieces today. Ooh, Pamela, I can't wait. That's very exciting. Hi, Dana. Welcome. I'm so glad you are here. Hello, Lori. I'm glad you're in the chat. Oh, I think several people. Nutritis. Oh, thank you, Pamela. That's helpful. Neuritis. Okay, got it. I think, it's nerve pain. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you guys for everybody that helped me out. Neuritis. All right, I now know how to pronounce that. That's fabulous. Okay, so let's see. Ooh, I'm just trying to be very gentle with this old advertisements because I don't want the magazine to come apart. This magazine is in fabulous shape for its age. It really is. Oh, and Pamela found some that are music related. Oh, Pamela, you're talking my language now. I collect them in the little Coca-Cola tins with gold in them. How awesome, Shannon. I love old advertising. Like, you guys probably can't see it. I might be able to move the camera so you can. But over here, and I've showed this in my house tour video, but I have this old ladder, and on that is all, well, not all, but a lot of my advertising tins are on that old ladder. So I love those. They're just really fabulous. So, okay, now, and yes, I still have my aluminum Christmas tree. I don't have the heart to take it down because it is just so fabulous, and I love the light at night. So I'm just enjoying it up. I have all of my other Christmas put away now, and I just have the aluminum Christmas tree left, and I'm just going to let the magic go on for a little while because I can't take it down. It's so wonderful. So the aspirin ad here says, the old adage says, what you see, you believe. So the scientist pictured above shows you 2 actual photographs to prove the quick action of genuine Bear aspirin. Look at them and you'll see one reason why scientists rate Bear aspirin among the fastest agents now known or ever known for the relief of headaches, pain, and neuritis, and all kinds of other things like neuropathy, neuralgia, and rheumatism. You'll see that Bear aspirin tablet dropped into a glass of water starts to disintegrate or dissolve before it hits the bottom of the glass. Hence, it's ready to go to work almost instantly for once. For what happens in that glass happens in your stomach when you take a Bear aspirin tablet. Relief comes in a few minutes. Countless thousands know about Bear aspirin, known by experience that it brings you the quick relief when you want it in distress. Keep this in mind for the next time you work or play is handicapped by a bad headache, neuritis, or I'm so terrible at pronouncing these medical names. Geez Louise. And ask for Bear aspirin by its full name. Bear aspirin. When you buy, you learn for yourself how fast you can get relief. So isn't that just a really, really cool ad? Oh my gosh, I love that. That is fabulous. Very cool. And especially neat if you collect those old tins. Like you could have this removed from the magazine, and then you could put this with your collection framed, which I just think is so wonderful. Oh no, Karen, you're allergic to aspirin? I am so sorry. That is awful. Michelle Gomez, welcome to the chat. She said, I agree. I am leaving 2 areas in my house decorated until the middle of probably January. Oh, that's great, Michelle. Yeah, why not? Seasonal tree, decorate it for all holidays. Yes, I think so, Auntie Kay. I might keep it up for most of the year and just change it out, for Valentine's Day, for this or for that, because it's just absolutely gorgeous. I know. I love my aluminum tree. I'm just so obsessed with it. Hi, Dana. I think I said hello to you, but welcome to the chat. I'm glad you're here. Oh, good. Auntie Kay's helping me out. Inflammation of the nerve, or general inflammation of the peripheral nervous system. Okay, fantastic. Thank you guys for helping me. I am not good at the pronunciation of different medical terms. I'm just not. And so I'm so glad that you guys can help me out with that. So I'm sorry if I mispronounced something. Of January to start decorating for Valentine's. Oh, that's perfect, Michelle. You might as well, right? Deanna's saying, I haven't taken down any decorations yet. Yes, Deanna, I finally had to take down my giant epic display in my kitchen because I just needed the room back. To do cooking and to do other things and to get my coffee. Now, it was magical while it was off, and I enjoyed every single vintage item that I had out this year, but I had to take a little bit of a break from it, and I'm just glad to still have the aluminum tree because it's just so magical. Dot Likes Red is saying, my first college major was advertising because of ads like these. It didn't pan out as a career, but that is still cool, Dot. Now you have a little bit of an inside world, an inside look or know-how into these old advertisements, which is great. Pamela is saying, don't worry, Katie. I butcher 3-letter words all the time. Good. I'm glad I'm in good company. I'm just not good at that kind of pronunciation until I hear it. I have to hear it. And usually I can Google things and then Google will pronounce it. And once I get it, it will all be good. Hi, Nancy from This Overstuffed House. Finally leaving work, going to listen on the way home. Oh, good, Nancy. I'm glad you're going home. And Nancy, I finally got my ribbon from you today. Man, it took a while to get there, but that's not your fault. It's the post office just being super slow, but I was glad that it finally arrived, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm an expert at pronouncing 4-letter words. Oh, that's fun. I wanted to wait until after today. My dad's oncology consultation. It went good. His family doctor concerned about, oh boy, I'm sorry. I'm just going to let that word be on the screen. Oncologist wants to monitor and we'll see him in 3 months. Oh, Deanna, that is fabulous news. I am so glad. That is wonderful. I'm glad you guys can not worry so much about that. I know that it's still going to be something you have to monitor, but praise the Lord, as you say. So yes. Hi, Jenna. Welcome. I'm so glad you are here. Pamela's saying, me too, Dana. Okay, so some more fun advertisements. Now, this is for Harriet Hubbard Air. This is really, really neat. This is a skin and tissue cream for beautifying the face. Beautifying face cream. Look at those old jars. Now, these probably had paper labels, and I think it would be fabulous to find in an actual antique store and have these jars in your bathroom. Now, this mentions a lot of these old advertisements mentioned where the company was based, and they always put an address. A lot of these old advertisements, like on tins, on all kinds of things, you see addresses. Now, zip codes were not enacted or really in use, 5-digit zip codes, until 1963. Now, in the late 40s, they did have 2-digit zip codes, but only for large cities. So think LA and New York. So you'll notice here that this is from 1935, and it gives the full address for the Harriet Hubbard Air Company at 323 East 34th Street, New York, but there is no zip code. So if you were to find this magazine without the cover, you could definitely date this, and knowing that this advertisement had to be way before 1963, and definitely probably even before the 40s, because there isn't even a 2-digit zip code. So that is really fantastic. Michelle says, Zote big bar of soap, too. Okay, neat. Book Bewitch says, I'm going to decorate metal tree for next holiday or until I feel clutter shock. Right. The lid for my soup from Wawa just fell on the car floor. I guess I'm going to sit in the parking lot until I finish my soup. Oh no, Nancy. I hate when that happens. I know it's awful, but it happens to everybody, and I'm a dropper. So that seems like something I would do, would be to drop it. Like I just dropped my water bottle lid, so my water is sitting over there without a lid. And probably knowing me, because I'm clumsy, I'll knock it over at some point. So this is just a very, very cool ad. Now, this is the cleansing, the Luxuria cleansing is $2.75, or the skin tissue cream for Vitality is $7.15, or I guess you can get a smaller jar for 85 cents. And the beautifying face cream for Radiance is $7.15. So I'm curious what this would be in today's money. So we're going to look this up and see what this would cost in today's money. So let's see what $7, and I'm going to type this into Google, $7.15, 1935 in today's money, and see what happens. There's plenty of converters online, so let's see. $1 today is only worth 5% of $1 in 1935. So let's see. 1935, the amount for $7.15. We're going to calculate that. Wow, $7.15 in 1935 is worth $135.81 in today's money. Holy cow. So, I mean, if you bought a cream like this would have been big bucks back then. That was expensive. And you know what? Today's creams are very, very expensive, like face creams and that whole beauty industry. You know, you can see eye creams going for like $100, so that does not surprise me, but you had to have some money for this. Wow. Okay, that's neat. So it says beauty imposes only one condition. The formulas and the ingredients must be worthy of the quest. Beauty cannot be cheaply gained or cheaply held. And no cheapening process has ever been permitted to mar the purity and quality of Harriet Hubbard Iyer preparations. As many of our users say, they cannot be equaled by any products that cost less, and they are equal in benefits of any products that cost more. Singly, any one of these fine preparations will bring new bloom to your complexion, but used together as a treatment, they will give you an abiding sense of banished yesteryears and fearless tomorrows. Women who have disappointed for years in cosmetics found new beauty and new hope in these time and care erasing preparations, and so will you. Yeah, so this was quite the product back in the day. I mean, you had some money if you were able to do that. These probably would have been used by some more famous folks in the public eye, people that had the kind of money. Subscription boxes let you try some good creams for cheap. Yeah, they do, Auntie K. A lot of those, what is it now that everybody seems to use? FabFitFun, is that the thing? I don't keep up really much with the whole beauty industry, but I do hear about things like via TikTok or whatever, and I think that those do let you try a lot of higher end products. Yeah, very expensive luxury products back then. I agree. This round bottom, are you needing help, Pamela? Pamela, if you ever need help with your iPhone, let me know. I'm an iPhone user, so I can help. Yes. I missed some chat here. I want to go back up and see what happens. I'm missing some chatter. Diana's saying, I once had a whole big crock pot fall over in my van with barbecue links. Oh my gosh, what a mess, Diana. Holy moly. I can imagine that must have been awful. I am sorry. Yeah, I spilled spices one time in my kitchen, but I think the worst thing that ever happened to me in that regard, one time I was defrosting chicken, and I will always remember this. I was defrosting chicken, and you know how in a sink there's the center hole, the disposal, right, where you put, stuff down the disposal. Well, I had put the chicken in the water, and I was letting the water run over the chicken. Now, this is something that my dad does. And I've done it for years and years, never had a problem. I walked out of the room to go to the bathroom, and I started hearing like this water that was just drip, drip, drip. And I'm like, something is not right, right? Well, I went into the kitchen to find that the package of chicken had gotten vacuum suctioned to the disposal and had basically created a stopper, and the water had risen over the chicken and over the sink and had started pouring out of the sink all over the kitchen floor. I had like an inch of water to clean up in my kitchen. It was an absolute mess, and I won't ever do that again. I learned my lesson. Do you all know if I can switch over and answer a question on IG without being cut off from YouTube? Pamela, I don't think so. You're going to have to exit the YouTube app and then go into IG direct message, and then you can come back to the chat. So hopefully that's helpful. And the round button on the bottom of your screen, Pamela, which I just saw, but I believe Angela was helping you. That is Siri. Yes, that's Siri on the bottom. Angela has Android. So yeah, if you guys need anybody to help you with iPhone, I can definitely help. But Angela's doing a great job. I need some bloom, right? We all need a little bit of bloom in our lives. I got this magazine, Nancy, from Debbie at RVagabond Travels. She sent it to me as friend mail, and it's really fabulous. Best thing I ever did for under eye bags was Preparation H. No lie. Really, Dana? Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that. But if it works, right? My sister sent them to me from Amazon as a joke. I used them. Oh, I'm missing chat, so I'm sorry. There's other conversations, and I'm trying to keep up, but I can't. From coming out of the Great Depression, that would have been quite the splurge. That's what I think, too, Dot Likes Red. I mean, that was expensive, $7 and something. I mean, wow. Yeah, you've heard that about the Preparation H? That's interesting. My mom, you had a pressure cooker full of soup blow open one time, and needless to say, a kitchen rodeo quickly followed. There were pieces of corn stuck in the ceiling tacks. Oh no, Pamela, that is awful. Oh, no. The industrial city started to recover first, but that was not most of the country. Yeah, Nancy, I can imagine. So you must have had some big, big bucks. Oh no, yeah, that's not good. The Great Depression was still going on in World War II in many areas of the country. That's right, Nancy. My great-grandparents and my grandmother experienced that. So yes, Auntie Kay saying for her 40th birthday, I've had a longtime friend send me some oil of Olay from Amazon as a joke. Oh, that's what you guys were talking about. That's funny, Auntie Kay. That's a fun joke. Katie, that is a tragic story. Yeah, I will never do that again. Katie, that color of lipstick looks great on you. Thank you. It's a copper color. It's by the brand Melania, or Melania, however you say it. And I'll have to get the number for you. So if you guys want to know, I can send that out to you. Nancy, it's true. I use it all the time, and it's really gross, but the Preparation H, supposedly rubbed under your eyes, is the best. Well, that's interesting beauty hack there. Hi, Newton's Cupboard, Michelle. I'm so glad you joined us. If you're not following Michelle, please go check out Michelle. She is awesome. I am sending a friend mail off. Can I make an invoice with her email so I can track the shipping? I am paying the shipping. Well, if you do it through, Maria at California Thrifter, do you use Pirate Ship? Because if you use Pirate Ship, you can just track it through Pirate Ship. Like, it will save that in there, and you can keep going back to it. Lots of different face creams. Yes. Oil of Olay and Hazel are two of my go-to skin products. Don't mess with what works. That's right, Dana. If it works, it works. Oh, she's saying witch hazel. Yeah, now I've heard a lot of things about witch hazel, but I don't know about that. Pamela, the same thing happened to my grandmother. Green beans and potatoes from the ceiling. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I can still picture that episode of Friends where Monica has some explosion with the blender and she's using like a cleaner that she got off of an infomercial to clean the ceilings. You guys remember that? Michelle Ann says, I like cold cucumber slices on my eyes. I have seen that in movies, like Princess Diaries. They do the cucumbers when she's getting the beauty treatment. I've kind of always wanted to try that because it seems so fancy and fun. Yes. Hi, Tiger. Oh, Tiger is just Tiger, Michelle. Tiger Purple is just Tiger. I like the 1950s, 60s glasses. They're neat. Yeah, they really are. Okay. Yes. Oh, you've used witch hazel, Angela. That's neat. So yeah, this definitely would have been very expensive for the day. $100 and would we say $35 in today's money? So wow, that's amazing. Now, there's also an article here, and let's see about this. I want to make sure that this is not something that has come from, I think that there's an article that, okay, so this is continuing from, we'll have to read the whole thing. It's a story that continues on this page, but it starts on another page. So we will go back and we will read the story here. So that's the beauty cream that I just think is fabulous and very cool. Oh, look at this. Now, here is an ad for 15 cents Coldplay window shades. Look at the styles. Now, see, I love women's hats from back then. Look at the feather in that. Isn't that cool? That is just very, very cool. And if I'm careful, I can show you the whole ad here. Look at the graphics on that. I mean, just how cool is that? So this is a window ad. Let's see. It says, how can 15-cent window shades be any good? I tried them in one room, and I did, and I'll bet you buy them for the whole house. So try them in one room, and you'll buy them for the whole house. And this says, a friend insisted I try smartly styled 15 cents Coldplay window shades. Now, wasn't I right? Aren't Coldplay window shades the smartest you ever saw? I should say so, and how their distinctive patterns harmonize with other decorations. Now, again, like we pointed out, Nancy was saying, with the Great Depression, I don't know how many people are really focused on window shades at the time, but this is interesting. Of course, it's got the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. It says America's fastest selling window shades. And then it says endorsed by noted interior decorator, Miss Sarah Lockwood. Now, has anybody heard of Sarah Lockwood? Apparently back then she was a big, well-known interior decorator, according to this ad. I have not heard of her, but now I'm going to look her up because she might have a really neat story. So it says millions of women never dreamed that window shades could have any decorative value until they saw the smart, stylish patterns offered exclusively in 15 cents Coldplay. They were amazed when they tried a few Coldplays in their homes and saw how beautifully they harmonized with fine drapes and furnishings, how they dressed up the windows and drew admiring comments from guests. Try them in one room. All over the country, it's the same remarkable story. Millions of housewives won completely away from expensive clay-filled shades by trying 15 cents Coldplays in just a single room. Once they see how amazingly Coldplays dress up a room, how much smarter they look, and how perfectly they harmonize with even the finest drapes and furnishings. Right back to the same store they go for more Coldplays. Then, when they discover how much longer Coldplays stay neat and presentable, how utterly free they are from cracking, pilling, and raveling, Coldplays soon replace costly old-fashioned shades at every window. And now the new fall patterns are available, smarter, lovelier than ever before, in a variety of patterns and colors to harmonize with decorative schemes. Send 3 cents for color samples to Coldplay Corporation, 1485 York Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. And again, no zip code here. So this is definitely an old ad. Now, 3 cents for color samples. That's kind of wild. Sometimes you can write in and get free things, but a lot of times you would send in money and you could get things from these magazines. So that's fun. Now, Mrs. Sarah Lockwood is saying that Coldplay patterns are strikingly beautiful and their value are a revelation. Now, it's funny because I don't know that people would have changed their window shades with the times, but notice how they were mentioning fall patterns. That seems kind of extravagant still for the 1930s. And it's got these beautiful flower patterns on the window shades. And then here's this steam decorator that's talking about how fabulous they are. So if we use this converter, we can see that 15 cents, I'm curious about this now, 15 cents is worth $2.85 in today's money. Now, you could not get a set of drapes for $2.35 today. I mean, no way. They'd be like $40 a panel. So back then, I'm sure that was very expensive. But nowadays, I mean, holy cow, that's cheap for some drapes. Let's see what's in the chat here. Michelle's saying, I have had a bad habit of not keeping habits. Yeah, that's the thing. If we're talking about the face cream, you're supposed to keep up with it every day, but it is easy to forget. Oh, night, Diana, little vintage me. Have a good evening. I'm so glad you're here. And go subscribe to Diana's channel, Little Vintage Me. She has some really cool collections she shows and friend mail, so make sure you're subscribed. My mama always used vitamin E cream, inexpensive, and you get 2 tubs of it. She's 76, and I tell you, she has the softest face and not that many wrinkles. I've been using it, but I'm not sure. Well, Deanna, some of those tried and true methods really do work over time. Oh, thank you, Michelle Ann. I appreciate that. I enjoy reading these things to you guys. It's fun. Okay, well, now y'all inspired me, but to put on my face cream. Right, I try to put on my face cream. I have face cream that I do like to put on in the evenings, but Lily likes to lick my face when I wear it. She's like obsessed with the cream, so I have to do it right before bed, and I'll be honest, sometimes I forget. Thank you, Debbie. I really can't thank you enough. Oh, what was happening here? I missed some chat. I'm so sorry if I missed your other conversations. It's just hard to keep up with, but I'm trying. Michelle says, I'm in bed. I'm not moving. Oh, you might as well just relax, Michelle, and don't worry about it. You can put some stuff later. Yes, y'all subscribe to me. Just a small shout out. Yes, go subscribe to Michelle at Newton's Cupboard. She's on Instagram and she's on YouTube, and I enjoy her Instagram stories every day, and she has some really cool content on YouTube. So please go check out Michelle. And of course, Nancy, too. Lots of good channels in the chat tonight. You guys just all subscribe to each other. If you're a moderator, you can throw some links in the chat, and hopefully all of you guys can subscribe. And if you're watching the replay later, definitely go check these folks out. This is pretty cool. These are roller shades. Now, you only get white roller shades. Your drapes go over these on the window. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Nancy. So you'd have the roller shade, and then you'd put like the drapes over top. Yeah, like they're showing here. That makes sense. So these must be kind of like blackout curtains. That's really neat. My grandmother was very big on closing the curtains at night. In their house, they had these huge, long windows in their front room. And they would always, like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock rolled around. Okay, we're closing the curtains. That's what she did. And so, it's kind of instinctive in me to like close the blinds. It's like, oh, at night we close the blinds. Hi, Kelly from Milestone Story. I had to take Benadryl, so I'm a little loopy, but I'm going to listen. I might not make it that long. Oh, that's okay, Kelly. Believe me, I've taken my fair share of Benadryl myself because I get allergy attacks, and boy, it knocks me out like the whole day. So I know what you mean. Vitamin E cream is supposed to be phenomenal. I need to try it. Yeah, I've heard things, I mean, in the chat, and I've heard other people say that. So maybe it's worth a try. Oh, thank you, Dana, very much. I appreciate that. That's wonderful. No sleep with that face cream. Well, I mean, the face cream that was in this magazine, I can't imagine putting this on like, and I've got a post-it note here that got stuck to the magazine. I can't imagine putting that on every night. Like, I mean, that's just so much work and every day, but they were really big on the whole beauty thing. So there's the window shades we were looking at. So you would have gotten the shade for $2.85, which then that's in today's money, but that is cheap for curtains, for the window shades, because now these are very expensive. But of course, back then in 1935, 15 cents was still probably a lot of money, and I'm not sure how many people would have considered purchasing something like that just because they have fall patterns. Like, I don't know how many people back then would go, oh, let me just change up my window curtain. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the last thing on their mind. But, in a magazine, a woman's magazine, you get to see all the styles and so forth. Now, this is an interesting ad. This is growing fast and gaining weight too. So this is cocoa malt, I think is how you say it. It's prepared as directed, adds 70% more food energy to milk. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm interested to see what this is. I'm not familiar with this product, but wow. Okay, so let's see. Since he began drinking milk this way, yes, indeed, he'll soon be as tall as you are, Dad, and maybe taller. He's growing fast, and he's filling out while he grows. For his diet is right, growing children need a quart of milk every day. And since his mother began giving him cocoa malt mixed with milk, the younger of yours is gaining in double quick time. For cocoa malt not only makes children adore milk, but made as directed, cocoa malt almost doubles the food energy value of milk. Okay, now this is like Ovaltine or instant breakfast. Like, we had instant breakfast and Ovaltine growing up, and they always say, add it to the milk, and supposedly it has all these vitamins. And my grandmother was big on us drinking milk. She was like, you gotta drink milk so that you're strong and you have strong bones. And like, I heard the whole spiel about milk growing up my whole life. So this ad is actually very funny because it reminds me so much of my grandparents. And my grandfather loved milk. Like, he could have milk at every meal and be perfectly fine. And they still have instant breakfast. My grandmother still mixes instant breakfast every day. You got to have your instant breakfast for your vitamins. So I'm assuming this is like a chocolate drink that you put in milk, and basically it probably does make, it's probably just a whole bunch of sugar, but I guess it has other properties in it. So that's kind of funny. I think this is interesting. And I guess it's like the whole not Pedialyte, but Pediasure, for kids that make you grow strong. If you're a housewife with no car and stuck at home all day, every day, I'm sure you'd get sick of your curtains quickly. Kelly, that is a very good point. I'm pretty sure you would get sick of your curtains, and you got to be home all day. So you might as well enjoy your home, like make your home pretty. I'm always a big someone that pushes that a lot. I think that, you might as well enjoy the things that you have in your house and enjoy being surrounded by things that are pretty, and make you smile. And so I really think that makes a lot of sense. Women were home all the time. They did not get to go out really. So these ads are definitely geared toward the women that are home all the time. Very, very different culture then than it is now. Angela, yes, please put Pamela's link in the chat. If you are a wrench, Angela can do it, or anybody who's got a wrench. Yeah, I love these old magazines too, Dana. They are fabulous. So with this ad here, this cocoa malt, you can get a special trial offer For a trial-size can of cocoa malt, send name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of packing and mailing to the R.B. Davis Corporation, Department AAA, 10 in Hoboken, New Jersey. So again, no zip code. But look at that. Isn't that fabulous? Oh my gosh, this just is such a great ad. Now, it says that cocoa malt has a delicious chocolate flavor. I figured it was chocolate that children love. It's a wonderful treat for guests, too. It's sold at grocery, drug, and department stores. Department stores, now that's funny. Did department stores sell stuff like this? Our department stores now are like clothing, jewelry, and skincare and perfume. But I'm assuming that back then department stores must have had so much more than what we have now. That's interesting. So you could buy this at a department store. And then it says that you can get it in the half pound, 1 pound, or 5 pound for economical or hospital sizes. In the 5 pound, also available in powder form only, easy to mix with milk, delicious hot or cold. Now, I don't know that I'd want this cold. I think hot sounds actually better, although I do remember drinking cold Ovaltine, and that was just really good. My neighbor actually down the street growing up, I had a neighbor friend named Mason, and I'd go over to his house, and he loved Ovaltine and Slim Jims. That was like his favorite snack, and I can still see his mother. She had like a tray with the 2 Ovaltine glasses all mixed up and the Slim Jims, and she'd come down. They had like a little room off to the side where their TV was, and they had 2 steps, and she'd come down the steps, and we'd be watching cartoons, and she'd say, "Okay, guys, here's your Ovaltine and your Slim Jims." And now I think back as an adult, I'm thinking back going, Ovaltine and Slim Jims, ew. But we ate all that as a kid, and it was good. And I like Ovaltine and I like Slim Jims, but not together. I don't know what we were thinking. Hi, Vintique Scavenger Logan. I'm so glad you are here. Very glad. Yes, I don't recall ever asking my husband if I could borrow the car to go thrifting, LOL. Thank God I don't do well with authority. Kelly, I would not have liked growing up in those times for that reason, because I very much like to be very independent. I like to go out, do what I want. I don't want to mess with anyone telling me, otherwise. And I think that would be very, very hard for me. I still remember drinking carnation flavored milk. Oh gosh, we had that, Michelle Ann. Oh yes. Solidarity quarantine has made me an odd but happy decorator, right? I think that we all, in some sense, during this time have been perfecting our houses. Like, I have moved things around a bunch in my living room, and now I'm just so happy with how it came out. So I'm going to have to do another apartment video soon and show you what I've done. My son drank milk all the time with everything growing up. And when he comes home for dinner, he still does. Yeah, my grandfather would put ice in milk. He loved ice milk at dinner. Like, that was just his thing. And I am like Dana. I don't really like milk. Now, I love milk and cereal. I'm a huge cereal fan, and I love drinking the milk after the cereal's out of the bowl. There's something about that that's so good. But I am not the kind of person to just go pour a glass of milk from the fridge and drink it. Nope. It's got to be paired with something, like milk and coffee is wonderful. Milk after the cereal, chocolate milk, hot chocolate, all those things, but not by itself. I'm just not a big milk drinker. Nancy saying that was the big push. Had to drink milk. It still had the cream in it back then. Yeah, and I'm sure that you were growing also because it had the cream. I mean, you were adding on the pounds. Yes, got milk. Oh my gosh. You guys remember those campaigns? We had those in the 90s for sure. I can still see the got milk posters up in the cafeteria at school. I think everyone here is subbed to my channel. I need to get bigger before they finish building the new gas Wawa. Not sure if they are transferring any of us or not. Well, hopefully, Nancy, you'll continue to grow and have more live sales. Yes. I never drank much milk, and I'm almost 6 feet tall. Let's give a thumbs up for iced tea, coffee, and diet soda. Right, Dana? I mean, I'm a coffee drinker, so thumbs up for coffee. You got my vote on the coffee. There's an ad I just saw today on TikTok. I follow a bunch of vintage people on TikTok. So for all of you guys that think, oh, TikTok is just for young kids doing stupid dances, it's not. There are some fabulous vintage folks on TikTok. There's a lady that does rotary phones, and I know I keep talking about her, but I found her channel today again so I can share it on my Instagram. Her name is Princess, because of the Princess phones, something. She's on TikTok, and all she talks about is Princess phones. She has an old switchboard, and she has all these working phones, and the switchboard works, and she just does the most amazing content on phones. Like, I have learned so much about rotary phones, and that's something that I really love. So there's a lot of cool TikTokers that do vintage. There's one TikToker I follow that does vintage advertisements, and there was an advertisement for Fresh Perked Folgers coffee. Now, if you look at the ad, I mean, it's very, very, by today's standards, it's sexist, because the man is in there telling the woman that the coffee is bad, that she makes bad coffee and she better fix it, And so you're looking at this ad and you realize that it's obviously not something that we would do today. It's definitely, got the old ideals, but the ad itself is really neat because they're talking about how, if you have this fresh perked coffee that's instant, it tastes as good as fresh perked. It's instant, but it tastes like fresh perked. And at the end of the ad, the husband's happy, right? Because it's all about keeping the husband happy. He's happy because the coffee tastes good now. And of course, you see in the ad, the two women, they're at the grocery store and they're chatting, and she's like, oh, I don't know what to do. My husband hates my coffee. And she's like, well, and she pulls out of her grocery bag, try Folgers instant coffee, It's just fun seeing the old advertisements. And that's why I love these magazines too, because it's such a neat step back in time to see what culture was like, but also what people wore, how they dressed, what kind of products were big. There's all kinds of things you can learn from these old advertisements that are just really fascinating too. So they're just really neat. I love these. Nancy saying, I have done 2 TikToks. That was before I started my channel. I should do more with that. Yeah, Nancy, I thought about that too, doing vintage and vinyl on TikTok. I watch a couple of the vintage channels on there, and they are really, really a great learning too, so you can go beyond YouTube to find vintage content as well, which I think is cool. I love milk time to time, especially a glass of cold milk with warm cinnamon rolls is so good. Oh, Melliart. I love cinnamon rolls. They're my favorite. They're so good. My mom learned to drive in her late 30s. Yes, Karen Radford, that is neat. My great-grandmother, my mom's mother, she did not learn to drive until after her husband died. And then I believe after her husband died, she would actually, the people would tease her and they'd call her up and they'd say, oh, is the such and such a service? Because she would drive, I think, some of her lady friends to the church and to other places. I've got to get that story again from Grandma, but it's a really, really neat story about her learning to drive. And my grandmother, now think about this, my grandmother still says that she doesn't know how to pump gas. My whole life, my grandfather, Jim, drove everywhere. My grandmother, she drove and all, but I rarely saw her drive the car. It was mainly Grandpa, and he was the one that always pumped the gas. And I'm sure that Grandma could figure it out, but it's wild to think about that kind of thing because nowadays, women, we're so independent, we can do anything, but there's still some of those older ideals, like, oh, the man pumps the gas, the man drives the car, that kind of thing. And it's so different nowadays, but it's really interesting to see all of that and how it's progressed over time. I didn't learn to drive until my late 30s. Really, Trisha? That's interesting. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's good that you're driving now. What did Kelly say at Milestone Story? He obviously wants his face melted off. Oh, Kelly, that's hilarious. Right? I mean, if some guy told me that my coffee was bad, I was like, I'd probably tell him, well, you can make your own. Go make your own. Like, it's not my job, right? But people then had that mindset, and it's very different now. I'm on the hunt for a coffee percolator. I think they may make the best coffee ever. Yes, Dana, fresh perk coffee is absolutely wonderful. Now, I'm an espresso gal, so I do have an espresso machine, and that's what I drink every morning. But I do really like it's from New Orleans. There's several places that make really good coffee, and there's a place where you can get beignets, fresh beignets, and they sell their coffee in the grocery stores. And when I used to have just a regular coffee maker, I would always buy their coffee. I think what is it? Not French Market. French Market may be one of the brands that makes it, but it's that good, strong New Orleans coffee that's really, really good. Michelle Ann says, I'm wanting Fruit Loops. Oh, yeah, I like Fruit Loops. I'm a big fan. I have Cheerios in my cupboard right now. I love Cheerios. I tell him to make his own coffee, right, Trisha? That's what I was saying. You can go make your own if you don't like it. Every time Katie says TikTokers, all I can think about is ramen. Oh, no. That's funny. Another COVID gift, sweet dry cereal spilled into yummy popcorn. As I type this, I see it sounds like the old days munchies. Oh, I love old popcorn. Like that old style of popcorn is good. Grace, I got my percolator off eBay. It's a vintage avocado color and it's the best coffee. Yes, you can find them on eBay or any antique stores, but they're really, really great. Or punched in the throat, obviously. Right? I know. Yes. Cafe du Monde. Yes. Thank you, Pamela. That is the best coffee. If you don't have, like, I have an espresso that I got when they were running a super sale, like on Amazon Prime Day last year. I got an espresso and I really love it. But if you have a regular coffee maker, I tell you, if you like strong, good, flavorful coffee, go get Cafe du Monde at the store. It is just really good. Hi, Doug Grimes. Welcome. I jumped on for a second to say hello. Give Sadie. Now I'm saying my dog's name. My dad's dog is Sadie. And the funny thing in our family is dad always calls me Sadie by mistake, or my grandfather Papa used to say Sadie lady, and he calls me Katie lady, but he'd get me mixed up with our dog Sadie. So now I'm saying my dog's name. Give Katie a thumbs up. Catch you later. No worries, Doug. I have an Italian stove top. Holy moly. I have an Italian stove top percolator. There we go. I love the thing. Yes, Tiger Purple. I love all those old coffee makers because they really do make the best coffee. The percolators, I've had fresh perk coffee and it is so good. It really is great. I get my coffee from Grounds and Hounds. They also support dog shelters. That's wonderful, Tiger Purple. We have a coffee place here in town called Pendaxis Coffee. If you're in Jacksonville, you can get coffee from them, and they also make really good coffee. They do Starbucks' coffee, actually, and they're a local coffee company. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. I always say that because sometimes that stuff is really hard. So yes, Condaxis Coffee is phenomenal, and I don't know if you can order from them online, but they're also a local business to support. Yeah, campfire coffee. Yeah, exactly. I grew up camping a lot with my dad, so that campfire coffee is really good. Then he made the mistake of buying her a vacuum cleaner for Christmas one time and then jewelry, right? I mean, what woman wants a vacuum cleaner for Christmas? I mean, maybe nowadays, like if you want a Dyson or something, you could get that for Christmas, but that's boring. I'll take the fancy brooches any day. My dad said something about my mom's food, and she threw mashed potatoes at him, and he never complained again. Oh, Kelly. Yeah, I'm sure he did, and he learned his lesson. Oh, man, that's fun. Okay, great chat, guys. I'm loving it. Okay, so we looked at this cocoa malt, great advertisement here. This is fabulous. And this is part of a story. So I'm going to go back and read the story later when I get to the beginning because it's featured on several pages. Now, this next page, I keep getting a Post-it note stuck to this. I marked some things, so I got to take that out. Now, here's an ad. Oh, now, this would be a fun advertisement 10, I think, to find. I would love to have one of these for my collection. Michelle Ann saying I would accidentally trip and put that coffee with so shy. Michelle Ann. Oh, man, this is hilarious. My sister's father-in-law bought his wife a burial plot for her birthday. Oh, no, Tia Fane. Yeah, that's a bad gift. Oh, no. I'm a dark roast girl. Got to run for now. See you soon. Bye, Dana. I'm so glad you're here. Yes, I love dark roast. I'm a big fan of strong, knock your teeth out coffee, as I always say. So you have a good night, Dana. I'm glad you joined us. Okay, so this is fun. This is how I keep my linoleum like new. Now, I did not know that linoleum was around in the 30s, but that makes sense. So I'm going to look up linoleum, and I'm curious about its history now. Only 10 minutes work, no rubbing with Glow Coat. So you pour a little Glow Coat on the floor. It gives you a bright luster, waters longer than ordinary no-rub floor polishes. Spread it lightly over the surface with Glow Coat applier. How easy, no rubbing. Glow Coat takes almost no time to apply. 3 dries to a brilliant finish without polishing. Floors shine as they dry in 20 minutes. Glow Coat leaves linoleum, rubber tile, painted and varnished floors beautiful and so easy to keep clean. Why, Glow Coat gives brighter luster and longer wear. The makers of Johnson's Wax are not satisfied to make an ordinary no-rub polish. So, skilled Johnson wax chemists experimented until they developed a polish that gives brighter luster and longer wear. That's why it pays to ask for Glow Coat by the makers of Johnson Wax. Introductory offer at your dealers can get a Glow Coat plus long-handled applier at only a quarter of the savings. New radio stars Fibber McGee and Molly every Monday night at 8 p.m. on New York Time NBC. So I think it's fun in these old magazines too, is not only do you have the advertisements for this product like I just read about, Glow Coat, but you also have advertisements for radio programs. This is something that you will see a lot in old magazines, and I just think it's fabulous. So this is fun. Now, how cool would it be to find one of these tins from the 1930s out in the wild? How cool would that be? Now, I love the pattern on that floor. And look at her hairstyle. I mean, that is some fabulous hair right there. I love that. That is a cool ad. And this woman's got a fancy hat. Like, wow. But can you imagine, though? Look at those high heels. She's polishing her floor in high heels. Look at that. Holy moly. I wouldn't want to do that. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. Hi, Fancy Panda. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you are here. And Belinda Carroll was saying something here. Belinda Carroll says, when my husband demanded breakfast in bed, I dumped a pound of bacon on his head and said, here you go. He never asked again. No, Belinda. Maria said, for my birthday one year, my ex gave me a lawnmower. Oh, no, Maria. That is not a birthday present. And Meliard saying, what a gift. I got a frother for Christmas. I'm loving coffee again. Yes, I love my frother. I really do. It's fabulous. Linoleum has been around for a long time. You can still get it too and last longer than vinyl. Yes, this overstuffed house, Nancy. I am so amazed by that. I don't know why I didn't know that, but I'm going to have to look that up. Mossstone Story, Kelly, is saying, oh yes, our cottage had 5 different layers of linoleum on the floor. I pulled them up all the some. Some of them got so brittle they were like glass. That is so fascinating, Kelly. Wow, I mean, imagine seeing all those layers. I bet you could definitely tell the styles from each of the layers. But they don't tell you the floor stays sticky for a very long time. Yeah, Linda, I'm sure the floor stays very sticky. And then you have to let it dry. See, the drying time with all that old mopping is what really takes a lot of your time. It's not so much the mopping, although I really hate mopping. Personally, I used to have to mop the stage floor when I was in school. That was one of our jobs, is every night we had to mop the floor, and I hated it. I really like my steam mop. Like, I feel like I am in such luxury now that I have one of those, because I don't even have to put cleaner on the floor. I don't have any buckets. I don't have to, you just fill it with distilled water, you mop, and in seconds it's dry. Like, I mean, I feel like we are really living the dream now. Sounds like the old school mop and glow. Yes, it does, Logan. It really, really does. Hi, Laura Melendez. I'm asking for an edger for my birthday. Are you serious, Laura? It's okay if you are, but that's kind of funny because we were talking about that. Nancy, did you get home or are you still eating your soup? Yes, that is a good question. I'm wondering that too, Debbie. I hope you made it home okay, Nancy, or at least you're still enjoying your soup. Is that like mop and glow? Yeah, it probably is like mop and glow, because you pour it on and then, she's just mopping it here. So that's fun. And then you've got the radio program here at 8 p.m. Now, I don't know about Fibber, McGee, and Molly. That might be a really cool radio program to look up. And then here you can write in and you can get enough glow coat for your bathroom or kitchenette. Clip the coupon and mail in to S.C. Johnson. So this is made by S.C. Johnson and Company. And see, a lot of these old magazines you can write in and mail in different things. That's fun. That's very, very cool. I like a pretty lawn. We all do. We like a nice, well-landscaped area for sure. I have a steam mop too, and you love it. Yeah, I love my steam mop. Like, it just makes my life so much easier. I am home now, just got my laptop, ate half my hoagie, and have my tea now. Oh, good, Nancy. That's fabulous. Hi, Auntie P. I'm glad you're here. That is wonderful. Welcome to the chat. What brand steam mop would you recommend? I really want one. Deanna Church. I have my favorite steam mop is by Shark. I have a Shark. I think it's Shark steam mop. You can get it on Amazon, and I bought mine when they were having one of those Amazon deal dashes or like Amazon sale days, Prime Day. I think it's called Amazon Prime. They have really good deals on the steam mops, but I will send you the link. I think you're on Instagram, so I will send you the link to my mop because I got a really good deal on it, and I really do think that in the long run it saves you money, because with the Swiffer pads you have to keep buying the Swiffer pads, and I think they're kind of expensive and they dry out really fast. With the steam mops, all you have to do is pay like 98 cents or 88 cents depending on where you go for a giant container of distilled water, and then you can keep rewashing the pads. So all you have to do once you buy the mop is just keep paying for the water. But 88 cents, I go through a jug maybe every 2 months, and I mop my floors every week. So, I mean, I just feel like it's a really good deal, and it really does a good job at cleaning the floors. Like, if you have a pug or any type of dog, it is great. Oh, you're not on IG, but you have your email. Great. Okay. Yes, I will email you. I will definitely do that. Oh, you have a Shark one too. It came with your Shark vacuum. Yeah, Sharks are good. Sharks really are. I have a Swiffer now, but I'm going to get a steam mop. Yeah, steam mops really are the best. I love them. Okay, so we've got more of this story, which I will read when I get to the beginning of it. Probably not tonight, but we will read that at one of our late night chats. Cloth diapers work well on the Swiffer, do they, Nancy? That makes sense. Oh, no worries, Sarah. Your dog is whining. Have a nice night. I'd much rather now the lawn than a mop. Oh, yeah. Well, mops aren't very exciting, but they're something that we all need at some point. I have a and I'm going to not say this correctly, Kashar steam cleaners. They're the best, but don't know if you can get them in the U.S. Meliorn, I don't know, but you might be able to switch. Like on Amazon, you can switch the countries and you can order from other countries. So you might be able to do that way. The heels have got to go, right? Who wants to be mopping in heels? I just cannot imagine that. I saw a video once of a lady that recreated, she's on YouTube, but I think she took her channel down, but she recreated a day in the life of a 1950s housewife. And so she put on the heels and the pearls and the makeup, and she did all this cleaning and cooking. And she's like, oh my gosh, by the end of the day, I was exhausted and all I wanted to do was get out of the heels. And I bet you that's true, because my gosh, I mean, I cannot imagine how uncomfortable that is. Plus, I can't even walk in heels. Like, little small heels I can, but the tall, like, I just, no, I can't imagine that. Here's a fun one. Now, this next ad here is, but there's no difference in the sheets. Okay, that seems like something that Vinny would say. What would Vinny say? It says, guaranteed as advertising in the Good Housekeeping magazine. Sheets can look very much alike without being alike at all. The difference shows up after you have had them for some little while. Poorly made sheets turn gray, losing weaving and disguised by starch filling shows up in the thin spots. They break when they are folded and so forth. Lady Pepperell sheets don't wear this way. They're made not to, and they won't. They're manufactured by the U.S. government to meet specifications for their grade, and they'll exceed your expectations. If you're an expert, and most women are, you can see the quality in a Lady Pepperell sheet. If not, the best way is to rely on the name. A difference in sheets? Yes, there is a very definite difference. Right for Lady Pepperell's thrift book. Pepperell Manufacturing Company, 160 State Street, Boston, Massachusetts. Lady Pepperell sheets and pillowcases. Then it says, no other moderate price sheet has all of these 6 points of superiority. Balanced, weaving with strand and stress, no strain. 20 inspections of your assurance of perfect merchandise. Tub tested to meet laundry conditions, and tapering tape salvage saves wear along the edge. Oh, it's got a salvage edge, yes. Towel mark for young convenience in sorting, and cellophane wrapped and pre-laundered. So it has apparently all the marks of quality sheets. We've got a Lady Pepperell sheet. Look at the women on that. Isn't that fabulous? But I will say, good sheets are like gold. They really do make a difference in how you sleep and how you feel. I am not big on the Parkel sheets. I think it's called Parkel or Parkale. How's that pronounced? I'm not sure. To me, those are kind of scratchy, but I know a lot of people like that. I really like cotton sheets. Now, I read something a while ago on sheets, and it didn't mention the thread count of these sheets, but I read something interesting about Egyptian cotton, because I always thought Egyptian cotton, 1,000 thread count is the best, but actually what the higher thread count it is really doesn't matter. So I read this whole scientific article that was kind of like a big, not an expose, but it came out in the New York Times, and it was a huge deal. And it was like, you've been lied to, basically. And what they were saying is that the higher thread count sheets, what they have to do to get the higher thread count is actually split the thread down the middle. So higher thread count sheets are actually weaker, and they're not as soft. They're soft in the store because they put some sort of spray on them to make them soft. But when you get them home after multiple washes, they don't last. So they were saying that actually 500 thread count sheets, like 300 to 500, is the perfect number. And so they put these two beds in the middle of Central Park, and they asked like thousands of people to try out these sheets. So they were like, if you sleep, and they had like the 1,000 Egyptian cotton thread count sheets, and then they had, like these 400 thread count sheets. And most people actually were saying the 400 thread count sheets were softer. I was like blown away by this. So I think that I currently have like 500 thread count sheets, and I tell you, they are the softest. They're just cotton sheets. They do have the damask pattern, which I just love. And you know what? I have to say, I just was fascinated by that. So every time I see sheets, I will always think about that. Oh, percale. Yes, I did say that correctly then, Nancy. Thank you. Yes, percale. Oh, you think that brand is still around? Lady Pepperell? I'm sure that I'll have to look that up now. I wonder if they're the same, though. I won't mow in heels, though. Yeah, I think your neighbors would wonder what's happening if you were out there mowing in pearls and heels. They'd probably be a little bit confused. Sage Lilyman on YouTube recreates that vintage stuff. She did a day as a housewife and other things too. Very cute. Hi, I'm not saying your name correctly, Missing Collie, but let me know your real name in the chat so I can say hello to you. Yes, that's so neat. I'll have to check that out. That was not the channel that I was following, but I will have to check that channel out too. Yes, with Julia Roberts, right? Mona Lisa's Smile. Yes, that movie is so good. Yes, and I believe has Julia Roberts in it. It tells the time of when women are supposed to be just like the ads in that magazine. Yes, I love Mona Lisa's Smile. It's a great movie. Yes, you are 100% correct. So yeah, I learned a lot about sheets. There was something that I think that we're all told to believe, and then you learn this and you're like, whoa, it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, what, we've been duped? This is terrible. Yeah, you really have been duped, because people will pay insane amounts for this like Egyptian thread count cotton, blah, blah, blah. And actually Egyptian cotton, like if you study about it, it's not really any different than regular cotton. It's not any better. Like the whole article you can read, like I'm sure if you type it in online, like New York Times, thread count, study or whatever on sheets, you can read the whole article, but it's just really, really fascinating. Yes, I love inexpensive cotton sheets. They breathe better too. Yeah, they do, Kelly. They're much cooler. And I get overly hot when I sleep, so I like cool sheets. So I've had the same sheets forever, and I just love them. You can't beat a vintage sheets are good too, but like inexpensive sheet from JCPenney's. My grandmother was a huge believer in the linen department at JCPenney's. So that's where I got my sheets, and I've had them forever, and they're fabulous. Vinny might say something like that, in or out of the sheets, right, Michelle Ann? What would Vinny say? Exactly. I love good sheets. I switched ours to flannel when it got really cold. Wonderfully and snuggy. Yes, Deanna Church, my dad has flannel sheets when I go visit him, because he lives in South Carolina and it gets cold some nights. And boy, they are really soft and nice and snuggly. I scrub my tile floors by hand twice a year. Grout gets quite dirty from all my kids. Oh boy, I can imagine, Laura, with kids, and I have a dog too. So I know floors get really dirty. I don't scrub anything really by hand anymore, but I do think sometimes you can go in with grout and really, do a detail on that. My grout is gray, so I'm kind of lucky in that way that my grout doesn't get very dirty. I mean, I'm sure it's dirty on the surface, and I do clean my shower every week, but I have one of those removable shower heads, so I can spray it down and then just spray it with the shower head. And then about once a month, I'll go in with a scrubber and really do a deep scrub. But it's just me and my dog, so nothing gets too dirty. I had to get rid of all my heels when I had foot surgery. They had to reground 8 bones in my foot. Oh no, nothing more than 2-inch at most for me now. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Nancy. That's horrible. But I could never walk in heels. Yes. Oh, good. Your real name is Nicole Macy. Well, hello, Nicole. I'm going to make a note of that and I will remember your name. That's fantastic. Back pre-war era, Egyptian cotton was more sheer than anything here. Other than that trivia fact, do not know much more about it. Well, that's a really good trivia fact, Nancy. I'm kind of fascinated by that. I have found pillowcases in that brand at estate sales, Michelle Ann says. Oh, how cool. Well, I bet, you can help kind of date them now because of this advertisement. That's the cool thing about advertisements and catalogs. Like Jamie at Vincent Tree Wasted was saying this, how neat it is to go back through some of these old catalogs or magazines or catalogs, like she had the Sears catalog, but it does really help you date items if you're confused about something. My 28-year-old son asked for new sheets, pillows, and washcloths for Christmas, said he doesn't know anything about them, and the ones he took when he moved are wearing out. Well, that's a pretty nice gift, Deanna, and it's good that you could pick them out for him and get something nice. As anyone who loved 100% cotton sheets, 500 count sheets that stay cool, Soft brought the new microfiber ones. I bleached the smack out of the secondhand. I do not care for the microfiber sheets. They're a little bit too hot for me. To me, they don't breathe very well, but that's just my opinion. Everybody likes something different. So it depends what you like. I got mine from Groupon or Amazon, soft and not a bad price. Yes, I got mine from JCPenney's, like I said, because my grandmother was a big believer in their linen department. She always said they have the best linens. So I went there when I moved to my apartment, was needing some sheets, and they were running a sale because they were switching out the sheet brand they were using or whatever. So they renamed it and were rebranding it. So they were having like a 75% off sale. And I got these gold striped sheets. They're damask, but they're 100% cotton. I think 500 thread count. And I ended up buying 2 sets so that if one's in the washer, I can throw the other one on the bed. And boy, I just love them. They are great. I recently picked up some Life magazines from the 1950s to 1980s. Very cool, Tiger Purple. Yeah, I love these old magazines. They're just fantastic. Yes, too hot for me also. Yeah, I'm not much on anything that's hot. I had the same issue with microfiber. In the summer, they don't seem to breathe. Yeah, in the winter, they're nice if you live in cold climates, but I'd rather just pile on the blankets, and then that way I can kick it off if I get too hot. Yeah, JCPenney's does rock for linens. Unfortunately, most of our JCPenney's have closed now. Oh, I have heard about jersey knit sheets. I've heard that they feel very soft. That's nice, Trisha. I might have to look more into that. The cool cotton secondhand ones are my favorite. Since Macy, etc. Yeah, everyone's going to microfiber, and I like the old style of sheets. Okay, let's do a few more advertisements here, and then we'll call it a night, and we'll look more at the magazine next Monday. So this is fun. This is an advertisement for Justice Golf, exercises your body, Sacra, exercise and strengthens intestinal muscles. Intestinal muscles? Holy moly. Okay, this is hilarious. Now, let's read about this. I have seen this tin before, too, in antique stores, not thrift stores, but now I know what this is. Okay. All right. It says, the glow of health that comes after invigorating outdoor exercise. You feel clear-headed, full of energy, as if your whole body were running it more smoothly. But suppose your opportunities for proper outdoor exercise are limited. That's no reason why you should just spend the rest of your life feeling pretty well. No reason why you cannot once enjoy perfect health. Important muscles. All of the muscles in your body, those which leave most to do with keeping you well, are the intestinal muscles. Sacra gives you those muscles the kind of exercise they need most. Internal exercise. Holy cow. Okay. This just doesn't sound right. Then it says the principal ingredient in Sacra is baccarat, a material gathered from trees in faraway India. Inside the intestines are amazing changes take place. The baccarat gradually expands into a soft kind of gelatin. Oh no, it forms in bulk. Okay, all right. This is very interesting. Then it says bulk, as perhaps you know, is lacking in the average civilized meal made up of delicate, over-refined foods. Sacra fills this gap in the daily diet, gives those intestines and muscles something which to exercise, makes them work for a living. This action is so natural, yet thought that it will be reminded of your childhood days when constipation was something you never thought of. Okay, so as in childhood, you never thought of constipation, and now you're thinking of it? Okay, but in many cases of habitual constipation, bulk alone is not enough. A second vegetable ingredient, specifically prepared, frangula, is therefore used in making sacra. It's efficient as mildly to stimulate the intestinal walls to provide activity. Then you have bulk plus motility, a combination of not found in ordinary laxatives or cathartics. What doctors say. Sacra is manufactured by the Shearing Corporation, a laboratory well known to the entire medical profession. In bringing out this product, we have kept it in close touch with America's 1,455 doctors. Ask your family physician about the safety of Sacra. In this advertisement, we have made a sincere effort to tell you exactly why Sacra can help keep you in good health. We suggest that you give this product a brief trial. You will find Sacra pleasant to take, though unnatural in its results. The coupon below makes a very interesting introductory offer. Holy moly. Okay. So now we have basically like fiber for the intestine, some sort of laxative. Okay, this is interesting. I'm reading about bulk. I know, and then it says it must be Jell-O. What is this? Holy cow. Please stop. I can't take it. What kind of magazine do you have there? Yes, it's a Good Housekeeping magazine from the 1930s. Yuck. I know, does it cause diarrhea? Well, that's what I want to know. My kid thinks I'm nuts as I picked out penguins for flannel sheets he bought me for Christmas. I have a twin bed, so I can still have fun sheets. No, I don't think you're nuts. I love penguins, Nancy. That's fun. Yeah, sign me up. I don't know. People struggle with different intestinal things, but strengthens intestinal muscles. Is this something that you're supposed to take every day? It doesn't say. I don't know. Then it says every product in this magazine is advertised is guaranteed. Okay. Those are cramps. You wouldn't be golfing after taking those, right, Deanna? I don't think so. I mean, man, depends for the golf course mandatory. I know, right? Okay, so I'm going to go golfing with my lady friends, but I just took the Sacra product, so now I'm going to need Depends and some toilet paper, but, what the heck is this? Holy moly. Sounds like SNL's Colin Blow cereal skit. Yeah, it does not like red. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. This stuff is hilarious. Wow, that is something. I'm telling you guys. Okay, that's a fun ad. But I don't think you could convince me to try it. I really don't. I mean, you can write in there. There's the little, clip out. All righty. Well, now let's move on from Sacra gelatin strengthens intestinal muscles to 2 dog worm capsules. So here we've got an ad for Polvex for worm capsules. Man, this magazine is really wanting me to try some very strange things. And I certainly don't want to eat after this now. So it says 2 dog worm capsules now combined into one. Protect your dog's health, give him new pep, free him from worms, the cause of 75% of all dog ailments. It's easy now, no more guessing which kinds of worms afflict your dog. The new Pollux worm capsules expel tape, round, and harmful and hookworms in one dosing. No gassing, gagging, or harmful effects at pet shops and drugstores for 75 cents, or write us in direct at the William Cooper and Nephews Incorporation, 1914 Clifton Avenue, Chicago, Ohio, backed by 92 years experience. All right, so there we go. Now you've got dog worm capsules, and then under it you have an ad for Butter Your Soles. So this is quite the list of advertisements here. I mean, you can keep your dogs from worms, go to the bathroom more easily, and now get plastic rubber soles on your shoes. So I mean, this is some high quality advertisement here. Yes, Katie, come on. You are our guinea pig for the recipes. But what about some of the products? No, Deanna Church. I don't know what was in this stuff back then. Might kill me. Hi, Lorianne. Welcome. I'm so glad you are here. Please, guys, go subscribe to Vintage Roots Collection. She is awesome. She has a fantastic channel. She loves the fabulously weird. So she's got a lot of really cool, unique vintage things. Oh, no worries, Laura Melendez. You have a great night. Bye-bye. I will stick to my Raisin brand, right, Michelle Ann? Oh, my gosh. Okay. So we've had the Sacra exercises for intestinal health. Now there's an ad for dog worm capsules. And this one down here is Butter Your Soles. So with new Solo plastic rubber, dries tough overnight and wears like leather. Waterproof, flexible, and non-skid. Guaranteed to fix auto, top cuts, and tires, etc. Take this to fix any item, hardware or 10-cent store. Ask for the Solo plastic rubber. So you can get this at hardware stores, and you just put it on the bottom of your soles, and it's like basically a fix-it product. And I guess you can put it on other things it's saying too. Like you could put it on tires. That's interesting. Tires. Wow, wow, wow. She's saying, yuck. Yeah. And don't forget the hand sanitizer. Oh, thank you. Yes, new content coming soon. I'm excited about that. Okay, now what's next? Oh, all right. So next to the dog worms, the Butter Your Soles, and the advertisements for your Sacra and your intestinal health, here's an advertisement for wedding announcements. So I guess every bride on their wedding day needs to make sure their shoes are in fabulous shape, and now they're ready for their wedding. So here is the wedding engraving company for invitations and special announcements at special prices. Over 100 hand engraved, $10, including 2 sets of envelopes. 100 script writing letters are $3.50, and 100 visiting cards are $1. So let's see, $3. Let's see what that would have cost. $3 for 100 envelopes, and I'm going to use my converter here. We'll see for 1935. $3. Wow. Well, I don't know. This is $3 in today's money is $56.98. So, I mean, that's about the price for 100 cards nowadays. That's probably pretty on point. Although I think $3.50 would have been crazy expensive back then. They didn't throw things away and go buy new like we seem to do today. They repaired and went on. Right, Deanna? Yes, that's so true. Back then, people repaired and fixed everything. My grandfather, he was an electrical engineer, and in his workshop, he had tons of things in his workshop, in his garage, that he would just fix. And he would have reading glasses, and instead of buying new ones, he would just fix the edges when they get loose, with duct tape, or he'd glue them back together. Like, that was the mentality then. And things were just made so much better then, though. Nowadays everything is so disposable. I have a clock, a moonbeam clock from the 1930s made by West Clocks, and it keeps better time than any of my modern clocks in my house. The mechanism in it is phenomenal. It's always on time, and it runs like a top, like it did brand new back in the 30s. So I'm telling you, some of these vintage things just really cannot be beat at all. They are such better products. Of course, with some of these things that are like medical products or laxatives, or things for your eyes, like, I am sure we have developed things that are just much better than back then. But some of these other products really are good, and shoes were made better back then. They used real leather, and they had better stitching. Like, good shoes have stitching all the way around the sole of the shoe. They're not just glued on like we do a lot of glued on now, and they just don't last. It's much better when you can get a Blake stitch. There's a difference between a Blake stitch and a welt. But like, I'll show you the shoes I have on, and they're kind of dirty. But see, these are vintage shoes that I bought. I don't buy a lot of shoes secondhand, but if they're in like new condition, I will. And these are just really good leather shoes, loafers I bought a long time ago. And they look, the bottoms don't look new, but the shoe itself almost looks new. And see, they're stitched. The sole, they're leather soles, and they're stitched all the way around. So they have a really, really good, well-made shoe. And these have lasted me for years and years and years, these shoes. So I'm really big on all the vintage stuff, because I think a lot of times it's just made better. Just like record players are made better. Hi, Doo-Wop Bob. I see you're in the chat, but my mouse just froze. I'm so glad you're here. Say hello to all the rodents for me. He's a big fan of rats. I was just saying, Bob, how much you enjoy magazines and books. And so we are going through this old magazine that I read that story out of. And I told folks about the research you had done for me on the lady that wrote that story that I read the other night. And I am so glad that you told me about that, because it's really neat to read about the B movies and things that she made. Bye, Dot likes red. Yes, stay up late. It's 9 o'clock and you're tired. Well, check out all the new channels, as you say, and you get some sleep. No worries. It's okay. Where some of us are up late. We still have a shoe repairman in our little town, and he is wonderful. He fixes leather purses, saddles, and work boots. He calls himself a cobbler, and he's always very busy. Yes, Deanna, we have a place called A1 Shoe Repair, and the gentleman's been doing shoes for ages and ages, and he fixes all kinds of leather and stuff, and he's just very, very talented. My mom told me that she and her siblings in their shoes. I'm missing something, Michelle Ann, and I'm so sorry about that. But my mom told me that she and her siblings in their shoes. So something about she might have used this on her shoes. Maybe that's what you're saying. I'm not sure. Then here's an advertisement for yarn. Now you get 400 free samples of yarn at low mill prices if you write to Crescent Yarn Company in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So that's really fun. And then you've got an ad here for, if you had a tack in your toe, you take it out, being careful to avoid infection. This page is like hilarious to me, because we have had some very strange advertisements. We've had such a mishmash of ads. So this one has an interesting graphic. You see a lot of devils on things in old advertisements, and I'm sure Kelly, if she's still watching, has a story or history on that. But look at this. You've got a devil with the thumbtack. And then I love on old advertisements, I love that kind of like lightning bolt graphic. I just think it is so cool. And this says, why a corn hurts. So this is an advertisement for corns. And I actually have a tin of corn salve. So yes, this is kind of gross, but this is an interesting ad. So it says a corn is hard, dead tissue with tack-like point. Shoe pressure forces the hard point into nerves, sending pain throughout your whole system. That's why a corn hurts all over. How to stop the pain. Center, oh boy, center the drain. I'm making sure I'm reading this right. Yes, center the drain soft felt Blue Jay pad over the corn. Shoe pressure is lifted and pain ceases instantly. A special wet-proof adhesive strip, exclusive Blue Jay, features hold the pad securely in place. It's waterproof, it's soft, and it has a kid-like finish. Not cling to the stockings. So it won't cling to your stockings. It has a kid-like finish. And what is a kid-like finish? That's really interesting to me. And it also holds securely in place. So this is for corns. So that's an advertisement for corns. That's interesting. Does anyone know what a kid-like finish is? I'm very, very interested in finding that out. Oh, Michelle Ann is saying that her mom and her siblings put cardboard in their shoes. That's interesting, Michelle. Yes, Night Dot. I'm so glad you came to the chat. Okay, so we'll look at just a few more advertisements, and then we will sign off for the night because I want to make sure that we get enough, magazine to look through for a couple of Mondays. So this one's fun. Now this is a quick relief for annoying little kitchen burns. Use stainless antiseptic. Okay. Look at this. So you've got, it kind of makes sense the way they did this. So you have the devil in this advertisement, and then you have like the flames on the word burns. So that does kind of go together. Now this is for quick soothing relief, and it's Camphofenique instantly soothes the irritation of minor burns and cuts. It's a bottle for quick relief, and it's stainless. Well, that's interesting. So I guess it won't get on your clothes. Isn't it lamb? Oh, kid leather. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, of course. Yeah, like lamb or goat. Yes. That totally escaped me, but it makes sense now. Hi, Martha. I wanted to say Gretchen, but that's not right. Martha at Vintage Conversation is here. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you are here. That does make a lot of sense. So yes, that would have been made out of soft leather. I mean, we don't have things sold like that are made out of leather anymore. Wow. Let's see. Nancy saying, I have been listening and trying to go through what I had bought in the antique mall before December. More than half of it is for me and not for resale. That is not how this is supposed to work. Nancy, I feel ya. I know what you mean because, man, I just love stuff so much. And I've got more advertising tins than probably one person needs. But I love it, and I can't pass it up. Oh, it's awesome stuff. And Martha saying she uses it on mosquito bites. Well, that's interesting. That's fascinating. So they still make Camphofenique. I've never seen it sold at stores. So now I'm going to be on the lookout for that. Okay, now here's a fun advertisement. So this will be the last advertisement for the evening. And I think this is fabulous. This is an advertisement for Sunbeam Mixmaster. Now, I just saw that I believe Thrift, you had this same mixer in their sale with the jadeite top. Everybody wants is it jadeite? No, it's uranium top. And oh my word, was it cool. So here is an actual advertisement for that mixer. This is 10 speeds, more power, easier to use. No wonder women everywhere prefer this mixer. Sunbeam Automatic Mixmaster. And there's a fabulous ad of this woman here with her mixer with that attachment. And I think it's either jadeite or uranium, and I'm pretty sure it's uranium. And look at her, and it has 2 speeds and 2 bowls. And one of the guys that I follow on TikTok just got one of these for his house. And he has a whole like 1950s style in his house, but he loves all this old like kitchen equipment. So this is pretty cool. It says women prefer Mixmaster because it is the automatic food mixer that delivers the same full power on low speed as on high. Makes cooking, baking, and getting meals easier and better. Run it in light batter, run it in very heaviest speed, and will not vary. How new type full mix beaters that accurate more thoroughly for finer textured cake batters, lighter and fluffier mashed potatoes, and more egg white and whipped cream volume, etc. Has the most efficient and convenient juice extractor. Portable lift beaters off the stand. Use them anywhere. Non-ratio interfering. The most complete line of safe, practical attachments. There's only one Mixmaster. The Sunbeam Automatic Mixmaster. See it at your Light Company department store or any dealer. If not there, write to Chicago Flexible Shaft Company, 5543 Roosevelt Avenue in Chicago, at the Canada Factory, 439 Carlo Avenue in Toronto. 45 years of making quality products. I like reading the addresses. I think it's fun to see where some of these companies were based. And I love these Mixmasters. And it's very cool. This handle, so you've got the juicer up at the top, which is really cool. And then, yes, you can take off. Let's see, the StreamYard camera is acting up. There we go. You can take that off and use it like as a hand mixer, and it slides back on to the railing. So you can look up videos of these that work. And that guy that I was telling you that does old cars and like 1950s stuff, I started following him on TikTok, and he just picked up one of these. And he was doing mixing, and he was showcasing how well it worked. And that's just very, very cool. Hi, Xenomorph. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you're here. Hi, Katie. I just Googled it because I had to see that mixture. Oh, it's jadeite. Okay, yes, I knew that it was uranium or jadeite. So that is just very, very cool. The mixing bowl and the juicer attachment are jadeite, or at least they could be. I found some photos of it. Yes, I couldn't remember which one it was, but that is just so cool. I mean, these old mixers work like a charm. I have an old KitchenAid mixer that was my grandmother's, and then it was my mom's, and it is still working. So I'm telling you, these old things are just so much better made. They're so well made. Katie, I'm looking at the tree behind you. We have to find some heart-shaped ornaments and some red balls so you can keep it up for Valentine's Day. Yes, Nancy, that's what I need to do. I need to keep it up and then do like hearts on it. Wouldn't it be cool if I could put like vintage Valentines in the branches? I think that might be kind of cool. I might have to do something with that. The Camphio feet tins are so cool. Looking for a tiny tin my mom had forever. When she passed, it disappeared from her purse. I think she took it with her. Oh no, Book Bewitched, but that's really cool that you are looking for an old tin like that. George, the Antique Nomad, had this amazing talc tin. Now, I don't really collect bathroom-related tins so much as I like more of the shop tins. I like the solvents and the motor oil cans and, nail tins and that kind of thing. But he had this incredible talc tin with a peacock on it, and I so want to find that. I have not seen it anywhere online since he showed it. And I'm going to be on the hunt for one of those because, my gosh, the graphics on that were just absolutely fabulous. This book, I think Katie missed that comment about her tree. Oh, I just read the comment about my tree. Let's see what I missed. Oh, no worries, Lorianne. You have a great night. I'm so glad you joined the chat. This overstuffed house, exactly. Her tree is made for seasonal use. Yes, I definitely think I could put different ornaments and things on it. Fortunately, we no longer live in a time where women were only seen as wives and household appliances. yes, I'm glad that we are moving on from that time period. But I also have to say that I do miss some of the way that these older products were made. Things were made to last. And I keep talking about that because I really do think that it's true. Um, Let's see. Oh, Fancy Panda saying, good idea. A seasonal tree and change it for all occasions. Yeah, I think I might have to do that because that tree is just so magical. A friend's mother had a small tree on her landing and kept it up all year round and decorated it for each holiday. Oh, how fun. Yeah, it really would be neat. And people seem to really love my tree in the background, so I think I'm going to have to do that. For August, she had lots of mini beach stuff. Oh, that's so cute, Nancy. I love that. Same with people. We are oldies and so made better. Yes. Nancy saying, no, Katie, you found it as soon as I typed it. Okay, good. Katie, what was the lemon flavor next to the Mix Master? Oh, yes, let's look at that. Xenomorph is saying, vintage and vinyl. Was that talc tin the tin that George just showed? I think it's on eBay. Zeno, I don't know if he just showed it, but the one that I'm referring to, he had in the sale with me. So it was Zeno, and not Zeno. It was George, Patrick, Dottie Lynn, and myself. We were in a 4-way sale on Patrick's channel, and I couldn't bid because I was one of the sellers. But I really wanted to, or not bid, but buy it. I really wanted to put in an offer, but I couldn't even type in the chat because I was on StreamYard. But that was the sale that we were all together, and he had that on that sale. And oh my gosh, I thought it was amazing. Are there more stories in that issue? Yes, Bob, there are lots of stories. And I think what I'll do is I'll close the night by reading one of the stories in here. So yes, there are lots of stories. And Nancy from This Overstuffed House was wanting to know about the lemon flavor. So let's see about the lemon flavor. This will be the last advertisement we'll look at. And then we will look at a story, and then I'll wrap up that for the evening. So yes, lemon flavor brings out the flavor. Use lemon instead of vinegar in your mayonnaise and other salad dressings. Ooh, okay. Now, I love lemon, so this might be good, but I'm thinking mayonnaise and Miracle Whip. Ugh. All famous chefs employ lemon because it brings out the hidden goodness in salad ingredients and blends them together as they should be. Try it next time and write for a free booklet. 200 sun-kissed, it's for sun-kissed recipes for every day. Sun-kissed, see 310 box, excuse me, 530 Station C, Los Angeles, California. Hang on, guys. I'm going to get some water. I need water. I just got choked there a little bit. I'm okay, but geez Louise. I'm going to get some water, and that should be much better. Okay, I'm all good now. I got some water. You ever talking and you just get a little choked for a second and you need water? That was me. Next time I will keep water over here when I'm talking. Hey, Fat Bird Finds. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the chat. Zeno, yes, I like mayonnaise, but I don't like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is a no for me. Planned obsolescence was 1960s, took a marketing course in college and did a paper on it and how it changed things in advertising. How neat is that, Nancy? And I'm sorry, I'm just scooting up the chair a little bit so I'm more in frame. Okay, I remember that now. Yes, that was a while ago. That talc tin I've seen are pretty neat. Yeah, that one was so cool, and I would love to find one like it. I think we wore Katie out. No, you didn't, Nancy. I'm good. I just need a little water, and I got choked on my words as I was talking, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I need water." So that is the advertisement in the 1935 booklet. In the 1935 Better. I keep wanting to say Better Homes and Gardens because I had a Better Homes and Gardens magazine that I shared, but this is Good Housekeeping. and it's lemon flavor. So it's a lemon flavor you can add to your salad dressings. And of course, it's made by the Sunkist Corporation. So I was thinking about that. You can buy Sunkist California lemons and buy them by the dozen and add lemon flavor. So that actually would be pretty good. Now, I don't think that I'd want to try it in Miracle Whip because that's just gross. But Duke's mayonnaise, I don't know, that could be pretty good. Planned obsolescence was changing how things were made so that they would wear out faster and break sooner. Then you would need to buy another one. Yeah, so nowadays, like we were talking about how this Mixmaster was just so well made. I mean, it was made to last. So that you would just be able to fix it if something broke. Like everything was American made, and you could go get parts for it and you could fix it if it broke. But most of the time, things lasted for a very long time. And nowadays, things break. And probably, like Nancy was saying, is the marketing reason behind that is because they want you to go buy new stuff so that you're constantly having to go out and buy something new. Warranties are probably limited nowadays too because they don't want you to fix it. They want you to go buy whatever the product is new. So it's all very interesting. Oh, night, Mary R. I'm too tired to stay up for the story, but I'll watch it tomorrow. No worries, Bob. I'm so glad you are here. And you have a good night. I'm glad you caught part of this, and I will be looking forward to your comment about the story. Nancy's saying now sewing machines are made with plastic gears inside, and you cannot get those parts, so they often cannot be fixed like the old metal ones. Yes, Nancy, I know. It's very interesting you say that because I had a drill press. That had some parts in it that couldn't be fixed. It got jammed, and I actually called the company, and they said, "Oh yeah, we can't fix it. You have to get a new one." So I'm very big. I have a lot of Jet, the brand Jet for woodworking. I have a lot of Jet tools because everything is really well made and can be repaired. And there's a Jet dealership here. So if something breaks, they can come out to my shop and they can fix it. So I use a lot of Jet products in my shop. Not that I'm sponsored by them, but I do like Jet. So I'm a big fan of that. I also like what's the other brand? My lathe is a particular brand too that I really like, but I just can't think of their name at the moment. Okay, guys, so that is all the advertisements in this magazine that we are going to look at for this evening, but I am going to end with a short story out of the magazine. So if you're still with me, you can stick around for a short story, and I will read that to you as like a little bedtime story, and then I will be back next Monday with more advertisements. So I will be back with more advertisements, more fun stories out of this magazine. And Wednesday, I'll be going live at 9 o'clock, and I'll be sharing some friend mail, and we'll just have a fun vintage chat on Wednesday. And then I've got a really cool video coming out for you Wednesday. So I'm going to be taking you to the architectural salvage yard that I love, where I go junking and find all my rusty, crusty stuff. And I am just so thrilled to take you in there. You guys are going to love it. It's fabulous. Okay, so let me look for the start of this story because these stories go over several pages. So I have to find the beginning of the story here so I can hunt that down. Zeno's saying, I didn't know you were a woodworker. Awesome. Yes, I am, Zeno. I do woodworking, and I am in the process of actually moving my shop, and I might be moving my shop to the same place that one of my favorite antique malls are. They have like extra space, and I might be able to move over there. So yes, I am very excited about that. Nancy says, Katie, can you sometimes find people who can repair small motors like that? And my grandfather's table saw, heavy monster. Yeah, good table saws. Those old table saws are cast iron, and man, they are the workhorses of the shop. I always say your table saw is your workhorse of the shop. I think a lot of people, you can get a lot of specialty tools. You can have a lathe, but you don't really need a lathe. Like for me, I do because I do pin turning. But having a good table saw, a good jointer, and a good planer. I mean, and you can get some quality hand tools too that will do a lot of those same things. But if you have like those three tools, man, you can do a lot of stuff in your shop. So having a good table saw is worth your weight in gold, I think. Yeah, this is going to be a fun video, guys. I am thrilled. I'm finally taking you in Eco Relics. I am so excited about that because they don't have anybody in there during the day. There's the one guy that works there, and I felt very, very safe. Like, I am not going anywhere because of the pandemic, because I'm compromised, so I'm being like extremely careful, but there was like nobody, and it's a huge warehouse, and it was perfect because it was cold. So I'm really glad about that. That's fun. Yes, can we go to an architectural salvage yard now? I love that stuff. Yes, Book Bewitched. I love architectural salvage yards. And I love digging through piles of junk. Like, that is my jam. The rusty, crusty, and dusty, as Michael Todd likes to say from the cult of vintage. So yes, I love that stuff. So I go there because I use a lot of the stuff there when I do my woodworking, and I do, a lot of salvage, like I make lamps out of old things. Like I've made the rotary phone lamp. I think you guys have seen that in my apartment tour. I made that pipe lamp out of the old magnifying glass. So I find things too that I can make into other things as well. But I'm really big on keeping things original, but I love going to the salvage yard. I don't have a lathe. What little woodwork I have done has been hand carving with a good pocket knife and a few other blades. Yeah, a good blade is also invaluable. So I have Swiss Army knife. I always carry it. I never go anywhere without it. Love my Swiss Army knife. And I always have a good sharp chisel in my shop. You never have too many sharp chisels. I'll have to do a shop tour for you guys because I think you guys would be interested, but I am so lucky. I have my great-grandfather's chisels, my grandfather's chisels, and my set of chisels that I bought. So I feel very lucky. So yes, I do sell my pens, and I have a website. So if you guys, I can type in the website here if you guys want to go see my website and see my pens and other creations, you can do that. And that's fabulous. Okay, let's see if that typed in the chat. There we go. I love rusty, wicked tools too. Yes, I'm so excited. I just got this from Alex at Chapter 2 Vintage Co. And it is this like rusty antique spike. It's for receipts. It's a receipt spike, but look at it. It's so cool. It's got this green metal on the bottom. I think it's not cast iron, but it's heavy, and it's just so neat, and it's really rusty and just absolutely fabulous. So I'm going to be doing more with that, but I think it's fun. Oh, I love Japanese joinery, xenomorph. I am fascinated with it too. In fact, my friend and I, Frank, one of the friend that designed my little logo, he has been watching a lot of videos on Japanese joinery lately. Japanese joinery lately. He's been watching a lot of videos on Japanese joinery, and we were talking about it the other day, and man, it's amazing. There's so much work that goes into it. And my grandfather bought for me one Christmas a Japanese pull saw, and I love my Japanese pull saw. It is got a bamboo handle, and it's square, but it's rectangular, so it's kind of blocky and long, and it has little tiny sawtooths that go along. I think there's probably like 100, 100 TPI on it. The tooth per square inch is what that stands for, TPI. And it's amazing because I can do dovetails. I mean, it is made for like really fine joint cuts. And it's just really fabulous. And they're a little bit expensive new in the store. But man, if you're really looking to get into joinery and that kind of thing, that is going to be your best friend. Or a deep threat throat saw. You can get one of those too, which I also have if you're doing hand joinery. Of course, having a dovetailing jig, and this is not Japanese necessarily joinery, but having a dovetail jig and that kind of thing is also invaluable. But you can do a lot of things by hand, but that Japanese joinery is amazing because it is all hand done. And it's just so cool. Yeah, it really is. I have been watching a lot of Rachel and Jun on YouTube, and they have a series of videos on Japanese artisans. One of them is a woodworker. Nancy, I got to check that out. That's amazing. I am fascinated by joinery. I always have been. And it's funny because I see a lot of things that are handmade wood, and they're not dovetail joints, but they're finger joints. And I love finger joints, but finger joints are very fine. Like I can't show you, I can't take the thing off of my wall, but I have something that has finger joints, and they're like this. The joints are basically like this. So they're not dovetail, but they're many in a row, and they're very fine. And you need like a very fine saw, like the Japanese pull saw, to create those joints. And I mean, it's a lot of measuring and a lot of work, but at the end of the day, it creates a very strong bond. It really does. Yes, I love woodworking and wood, and also doing photography art. Yes, pyrography. Geez, I read that wrong. I love pyrography too, and I haven't done much of it, but I do have a wood burning tool, and I'd love to get a CNC machine. Because you can do, it's not pyrography at all, but you can do computer, you can set your computer program, and then you can carve things into the wood as well, which is awesome. Japanese tools are sweet and expensive. It's the same thing with gardening gear, a little spendy, but worth it. Yeah, Xenomorph, it's true. I think that Japanese pull saw was like $75, $80. But I tell you, that was the best Christmas gift ever, and I use it all the time. I love my Japanese pull saw, and it's a sharp. I mean, it is razor sharp. That thing will slice you if you're not careful, but man, it is amazing for work. Yes, like a log cabin, Michelle Ann. Yeah, I might be able to show you. Hang on. I think I can show you what I mean by a finger joint. Stay with me, guys. Hang on just a second. I have this drawer. So let me show you the difference. I can show you the difference. Here, hang on. I'm just gonna pull this off my wall so that you guys can see this up close. So see, this is a drawer. This is a wooden drawer. Oops, there's stuff inside of it. That's what's rattling around. This is a wooden drawer. This is an antique piece of furniture that belonged to my great-grandparents. And this is the drawer. It's a little nightstand. And somebody handmade this. It's got a number on it. So this is number 15 out of probably a series of drawers they made. And this is all hand-cut dovetail work. So you can see there's a nice dovetail. If that's going to show up, there you go. There's that dovetail joint. Notice how it's flared. It's not showing up on camera, but it's flared a little bit right there. And then I got this really neat piece of wood. It's like a printer's block, or this is for a slide rule, I think. But it's a neat little, one of those little trays that would have held small things. This I got from Jeannie at Norma Jean Plus One, but this has finger joints. So see how these are thin. I mean, these are like really thin. That's a finger joint. And so there's a difference. So if I hold these up, you'll actually see the difference in the joints. But you definitely, let's see, I'm going to move this closer to each other. There's the difference. So this is finger joint. This is dovetail joint. And you definitely get what you pay for quality furniture. I totally agree. Yeah, you do. Some of this old furniture, I mean, like George has been saying, that this old furniture, doesn't sell very expensively now. Some of it does. But some of this oak furniture, we were talking about that, and I think it was George's chat, or maybe it was somebody else's chat. We were talking about oak furniture. Oh, it was on Misty and Jeffrey's chat they were having. They were talking about oak furniture, and they were saying, nowadays people aren't, it's not going for like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Well, I'm sure some pieces, depending on what they are, but it's just so well made. You just can't beat this. It's solid. It's nice. IKEA furniture, I mean, nothing against IKEA if that's your style, but it does fall apart. I had the movers tell me when they were moving my grandparents' house, they were saying that they won't move the stuff. They won't move IKEA because they get in trouble because it breaks like a cross country move. The bolts and stuff come out and it just collapses because a lot of it's cheap particle board. So I'm really much into buying old furniture, and my whole house. I have one more modern piece, but I'm really lucky that I got a lot of furniture from my great grandparents. But most of the things in my house are solid oak. I'm really big into solid wood furniture. I just love this stuff. I have a whole page of notes. You are all have taught me. Oh, that's so sweet, Book Bewitched. Well, it is. It pays to take notes, and I learn from everybody in this community. I am certainly not the most knowledgeable at all, and I'm always learning from everybody. So I just am so appreciative of that. I would love to get my hand on a couple of Japanese hand saws, especially for gardening and pruning. Yeah, they're really good stuff. And I guess you could get them on eBay maybe for cheaper. But yeah, here's the artisan playlist for Rachel and John, but I'm not seeing the box maker on the list. Oh, yes, I will look for that. And I would love to take a box making class. Our local woodcraft where I get a lot of my woodworking supplies and tools from, they do a class on box making. And my gosh, I so want to take that class. It would be amazing. Yes, Sharon, see, I make coffee scoops. I have one in my kitchen. And I think that I think I still have it. I might have sold that one because I don't use the loose coffee grounds anymore. But yes, I make coffee scoops. So that is something that you can see on my website. Alex scored 2 old pieces today for 100. Yeah, I just saw those on IG. Zeno, Chapter 2 Vintage Co. got some gorgeous pieces of old oak furniture. I'm thinking the other one maybe is not oak. I don't know what kind of wood. I didn't look very closely, but man, they are just gorgeous. Yeah, and the prices, I mean, you can't beat that with a stick. You really can't. They're going to look great in her house. I have legit wood, yes. I had a lot of IKEA back when I was moving around. I knew it was cheap, but it was always easy to disassemble. That's the thing. IKEA is easy to disassemble and all. And oak furniture is very heavy. Like I know that, I have a lot of solid pieces, but I also know that they're going to last. I mean, I love the fact that they belong to people in my family. Like that's extra special to me. But I also love the quality. Like this drawer, I'm just always enamored by it every time I pull it out because I know that someone took the time to hand carve those joints. And being someone that's fascinated with wood, I know how long that takes. So there's nothing wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with IKEA. Like if you like that and that's the style and all, but I really do believe that like Alex today, like Zeno was saying, got those pieces for $100. I mean, you would spend that much on IKEA furniture. So why not go buy something from a thrift store and an antique store for that price that's just really good quality? That's just my thinking, Zeno, if you have Netflix, they stream a show called Japanese Style Originator. Watch it with the subtitles. They have many artisans, things from Japan, and woodworking things. Oh my gosh, Nancy, I'm going to have to watch that. I have Netflix, and I love those creative shows. There was one a few years ago called Steampunked. I don't think it's still on there, but it was all these artisans that would go to like these salvage yards, and they would get all these random parts like telephone pieces and things from old cars and whatever. And it was a decorating challenge. So they'd have to make a room and they'd have to design and every week it was a different room and they'd have to design it in a steampunk Victorian style with a theme. But they also had to have one item had to be like clothing. So there was some lady that handmade all these amazing clothes out of like vintage fabrics. And then one of them had to be like mechanical. So there was actually someone on the show in each of the teams, they were teams competing against each other that was really good at mechanics. And they would pull all these old things from the salvage yard and they would make like these steampunk style things. I mean, my gosh, I was blown away. It was so cool. So I definitely am going to have to check that out. Oh, that's so sweet, Michelle Ann. Yes, shoot me an email on IG. And when on IG, you don't email on IG. You can send me a direct message on IG, or you can email me. And when I get all settled into the new shop, I'll be able to do that for you guys. Yes. Yeah, Steampunked was a great show. Did all of you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that was a fantastic show. There's also one that Nate recommended, Nate from New Zealand. He was talking about, I think it's called In the Fire, but I watched it and it's all on glass blowing and it is amazing. It is so, so cool. So yes, I love that kind of stuff. Okay, guys, let me put this back because I don't want to set it on the floor and then Louie eat it. So I'll put this back and then I will finish off with a story for the evening. I had to be Japanese in a past life or something because I just love Japan so much. Yeah, my grandfather, as you know, was fascinated with it. He was at the end of the Korean War. He was stationed overseas. And so he's always been fascinated by the Japanese and their style of things, and particularly like their mechanics. The mechanics of like Japanese cameras, for example, or like the pull saw. Like he just loved that kind of thing. Wow, Katie, I just checked your website and I had no idea you did this. Either I need to pay more attention or you need to plug your business more. Yeah, I don't plug it a lot right now just because I am in the process of moving to a new space. I cannot work anymore from a non-air conditioned space. In Florida, it is like over 100 degrees some days in the shop. And I really need a spot where there's air conditioning, there's a bathroom, there's, just basic things. And I need to be able to have more power. The problem when you rent a garage from your apartment complex is they don't have enough power. So I can only run one tool at a time. So my tools, each of them, I work with a lot of benchtop tools. I don't have huge space for some guys have pretty large shops with full-size equipment. I use a lot of benchtop equipment, but I need power, so my things run about 15 amps per piece of equipment, and I really cannot run anything more than the one tool. And I need to be able to, I can't run a light with the tool. That's not very safe. You need good lighting. I need to be able to run my dust collection system, I need to be able to run my AC unit, that kind of thing. So I'm hoping to get to a place where I can actually set all that up. My goal is to have dust collection pipe to every piece of equipment. That is my goal. It's going to take me some time to get that all done because, if you do woodworking, you know what I mean about running dust collection. It does take some time to pipe it to every piece of equipment, but that's my goal, is to have dust collection pipe, to have my air filtration system up, and to have good AC. So that will definitely help. Oh, no, Night Tiger Purple, no worries, off to bed. Thank you so much. I understand what you mean about woodworking, not workbooks. It's okay. I'm so glad. Yeah, the heat just kills you. And when you work with, for example, like I work with woods that are toxic when you're turning them. When I do a lot of my lathe turning, I use a lot of spalted woods, and spalted woods are allowed to spalt on the forest floor. And so basically they allow moisture, and the bugs eat out the fine lines in the wood, and they get wet and bogged down. And so there's like mold inside some of this wood. And when you're turning it, you don't want to be breathing that stuff in. It can be pretty harmful. So I wear a respirator when I'm turning these woods. I also wear a face shield because you don't want stuff flying up at you when you're working. I mean, lathes are pretty safe, But a buddy of mine at the local woodworking store, Woodcraft, was talking to me about how he was turning in this competition once, a bowl turning competition, and the piece of wood flew off the lathe and hit him in the face, and it scraped him all up, and he, got injured pretty badly. So you got to wear the face shield. Like, you got to be protected with the respirator, the face shield. And I wear a turning apron when I do turning, because you get covered in dust, especially when you're working with acrylics. Acrylic blanks are made out of like a resin material, and that stuff gets very static, clingy, and it gets all in you. So you got to wear all of those things. And in the summer, it just gets very, very hot. Yes. More power makes me think of Home Improvement. Yeah, Tim the Tool Man Taylor. More power. Yeah, it does. His excuse was it would not be fair to the other 6 kids. I'm the youngest with 16-year age spread. Well, I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. Oh, here it is. I grew up with an aunt from Japan, and she loved seeing and hearing about her stuff. They wanted to take me to Japan when I was 12. Oh, and your father said no because of the other kids. Yeah, I am so sorry. Yes, hopefully to see you Thursday night, Tiger, of course. Dust collection is a must, but as long as you have a good sucker, LOL. You can get the tubing from Home Depot and set up your own tubes. Yeah, so a lot of people, if you watch some of the woodworking channels, some people use pipes. Now, you have to use, when you're using the plastic piping, there's special things that you have to do to make that work with your system. But you can get the dust collection hoses and then the Y splitters and all of that. There's a company here I just mentioned it, Woodcraft. They sell a lot of woodworking supplies. They're a chain. They're all over the country, but that's where I'm going to get my dust collection fittings from. I don't have that many tools to pipe to. So, I mean, like you talk about things that don't have dust ports. For example, my lathe doesn't have a dust port, although I built a mechanism so that it would kind of have a dust port, so you can get a dust shroud basically and build one of those around your lathe where you're turning, and then it sucks in the dust. Same with a drill press, which is something I use all the time. With the pens, you can get an attachment that basically has a suction end that will kind of be near the chuck of the drill press, and when you're going down, it sucks in some of that, but it's not perfect for those kinds of tools that don't have dust ports. But then you have things like the table saw that produces a gobs amount of dust. You got to have a dust port on that. Planers put out tons of dust. Like, I could build a whole snowman out of dust from all the dust my planer puts out. But yes, I have a dust port for that. So, definitely important to get dust collection. That's my hope. I can't believe you are as young as you are and you know so much. I think you were born an old soul. I think so, Belinda. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. My grandfather, who is an electrical engineer, taught me everything I know about woodworking and turning. And I just so enjoyed the time that I spent with him in the summers doing all kinds of, electrical wiring. We did, all kinds of things. And then my dad's father, he married Bibi, my grandmother, and her father was excellent. He was a great inventor of all kinds of things, and he did a refrigeration. That was he had his own refrigeration company, and he was very talented and had a huge workshop. I never got a chance to meet him. I would have loved to meet him, but he definitely knew a lot about this kind of stuff. So I kind of have the gene coming from both sides of the family. Katie, they left a big stump for the magnolia. I want to cut a small piece off for you as a test piece. I still have a bigger chunk for you. What size would be good for you? Well, it depends if you want me to make a pin out of it. I just need a square blank, like about this size. So I'll let you know about that, Nancy, but that's amazing. Yeah, all that old wood when it falls down. I have a lot of people from the woodcraft store that I've kind of befriended, and they drive the neighborhoods after storms to collect old wood. Now, I don't have a large bandsaw, in the fact that my bandsaw, I have a 12-inch bandsaw, so I don't have like some of the guys I know have like a 30-inch, and so they can cut these enormous stumps. Like they can just go to the side of the road and they can cut stuff down themselves. I've never had a bandsaw that big because I don't necessarily have a need for it, but I also I didn't have the room in a one-car garage, But I use the bandsaw primarily to cut the pin blanks. I mean, and to cut curves too. But when I'm doing the pin blanks, I've got a jig where I can cut the pin blanks down for that. I cannot imagine you can use the rib tubing. I would think the dust would catch. Well, actually, the rib tubing, Nancy, believe it or not, is what most people use for their dust collection systems. And it does get kind of caught in there, but if you have something that's got really high suction, it does well, and it will just suck the dust out. I have a pretty inexpensive dust collector. Now, my goal is I've been researching a lot on the CFMs. That's just getting very technical, and a lot of you guys that are here for the Vintage Magazine are like, what? CFMs? Why are we talking about that? But you can research, all that kind of stuff and figure out what one is good. And I've settled, I think, on the Jet. Jet is one of the brands that I really like, and they have a nice, reasonably priced dust collector that would hold several gallons worth of dust. And I think that that's going to be a really good fit. YouTube, Katie's Creations is making slime and making lip gloss collection. Not you, I hope. I fell in love with this. Yeah, no, that's not me. I'm not doing any type of slime. I've tried woodworking, and my awful allergies make it difficult. Dust collectors would be so wonderful and a must. Yeah, it is. When you're doing a lot of things that require a lot of dust, that produce a lot of dust, you definitely need a dust collector. You also need an air filtration system. There's something, definitely get the dust collector first and then do the air filtration. But if you're doing a lot of stuff in woodworking, like day in and day out, you need that air filtration system. And several companies make them. I think Jet is the one that I've seen that a lot of people have. There's several other brands too as well that make dust collectors and all of that kind of stuff, but Jet is the one that I see that everybody has, and it has a remote, so you can hang it up in your shop, set it, forget it, come into the shop, press the button, and it will run your air filtration and really cut down on that dust that's floating around the air. I need to cut some pieces to make wands out of, so I need to cut the stump apart before the winter weather ruins it. Yes, get that in before it gets too wet, because then you're going to have to dry that out. Help. A jeweler moved when he had lung cancer years ago, and his walls behind fixtures were black with metal fillings. And he had many metal vacs, pipes, props, or ports. I think that says ports, etc. Probably cast iron, old black cast iron pipe. I'm guessing is what that is. And man, those are awesome. Now you can get a black pipe nowadays. I get it from Lowe's, and I make all kinds of things with it. Like I made the shelves. Let me see if I can tilt you guys around. I made these shelves up above my TV out of the black pipe, and I used Purple Heart. So that's there. And then I can't really tilt you around too far. You'll get dizzy. But I made a black pipe lamp. So, I mean, you really can do a lot with that black pipe. And the different fittings are fun because you can try a conglomerate of things, do different configurations and make all kinds of stuff with the black pipe. Do you ever make wood bowls? Justin, I took a class on bowl making, and I made a couple of bowls, and I have the equipment for my lathe to do bowls. The thing with bowls is you have to dry out the wood, and sometimes the wood takes over a year to dry. So that people that do a lot of bowls, like all the time, that's their main turns, the main things that they turn on their lathe, they constantly are drawing wood in sacks, like all the time. And in Florida, the humidity makes it very hard. And I just don't do a lot of bowl turning. I would like to because it's really fun. And I would love to learn to make lids for bowls. That's not something that I've learned yet. But I've seen a lot of videos on it. And I think that it would be great. I've got everything to do it. So definitely going to do more of that, I think. I think you will like some of the stump wood, as the amount of rings in that tree are amazing. It was planted before the house was built, so pre-1911. Oh my gosh, how amazing, Nancy, is that? I think she's talking about wands, like you could make Harry Potter wands. I have a few friends that are Wiccan, and one asked me years ago to make her a wand since I hand carve. When Harry Potter first came out, yeah, I was thinking Harry Potter. You made a bunch of Harry Potter wands. Yeah, that is nice. You need to find, you need more minds for your little shelf, though. Yeah, I have things on there, but definitely need some more things. I see your site, different woods. Yes, you can pick any type of wood or acrylic you would like for the pen or the scoop or whatever it is that you would like. You can go through and see the different woods, and there are a lot of them. So, okay, guys, let me put this away, and I keep promising that we will end with a story, so I'm going to do that. Let me throw this over here so that Louie doesn't eat it. I don't want Louie to eat this beautiful wood piece. Okay. Now I'm going to put this up back on the wall where it was. I just love these little containers. Oh, is it going to hang back up on the wall? There it goes. All right, good. It's probably not straight, of course, but I can always fix that later. All right, we're all set. Woo! I'm knocking things over, and my neighbor is going to murder me downstairs because she's been complaining about Louie dropping the toys on the floor. Do you make canes? I have not, Michelle. My lathe bed is pretty short, so I can do pens and bowls. Some spindles for furniture, but I have not done canes because I could get a bed extension for my lathe and definitely do that, but I don't do. Our hardwoods take forever to dry. Yeah, they do. Hiking staff is old wild cherry spalling. That thing was so heavy for so many years. Yeah, hardwoods take forever. And if you have woods that are you can pour like a wax over them and that kind of thing, it does take a while. You're hoping for a guinea pig appearance. Well, Zeno, I can make that happen for you. I'd have to go get the little guys from the back room. I can show you Louie. She's a little bit easier to get. Yeah, my neighbor is still complaining, and rightfully so, because I'm sure that it sounds very loud, but Louie has like these hard Kong. They're not Kong. What's the brand that does like Nylabone toys? And when she drops them, they're probably very loud sounding because we have wood floors here. Hi, Sandra, the Pink Elephant Parlor. Welcome to the chat. I'm so glad you're here. Oh my God, I collect them. I wish I lived down the street. Learned so much from you. Looking for long twigs, interestingly weird, to wrap around yarn or twine. Yes, you can go to my website, Book Bewitched. I linked it in the chat. Yes. So, when you live in an apartment, things are just loud, and I've kind of gotten used to that. Like, I have a friend in my building who is just the sweetest guy, and he lives on the 4th floor because he doesn't want to hear any noise from anybody, but it's inevitable. In an apartment, you're going to hear banging around, you're going to hear noise, and it's always kind of fun to play the game of what are they doing? Like the guy upstairs, I swear it sounds like a bowling ball going across my floor at all hours of the night. And I'm sitting there going, what is this guy doing? Like, is he rolling a cart across the floor? Is he weightlifting? Like, I don't know. So I make up fun little stories. My friends and I used to joke that I had Tarzan. living above me, like swinging from tree to tree. So we always joke about that. All right, so Zeno's wanting to see the guinea pigs. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's okay. No, I'll do that, Zeno. Let me get the dense nugget for you, so at least you can see the dense nugget. Here's little Louie, the dense little chicken nugget, coming to say hello. She was all curled up asleep on the couch. Oh my goodness! Did I wake you up from your little nap? Say hello to the people. Say hello. Zeno's out there. He wants to say hello to you. He wants to say hello. Hi, babies, you sweet little thing. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. But you gotta say hello to the people. Don't say hello to me. Oh my goodness, yes, you're the cutest little baby girl in the whole world. Boop. Say hello. Everybody out there wants to say hi to you. Say hello. Oh, there you go. Say hello. There's the little people. There's all the people. See? There's Nancy and Justin and Michelle Ann and Zeno and Book Bewitched. And everybody in the chat says hello to you. See, they're all saying hi. They love you, Louie. You're quite the little star. Yes, when I lived in an apartment, my name was the elephant because I stumbled around, I guess. That's funny, Justin. Yes. There's Louie. Yes, she's very sweet. Yes. Okay, Louie. Say hello to everybody. Zeno, I think I could definitely get the guinea pigs for you. I can get one of them. Now, I don't know that Cappy's going to be very cooperative because he runs around like nuts. So I'll go try to get Otto. I've named my guinea pigs after coffee. So we have macchiato and cappuccino. Louie, I just got back in time to see your cute face. Good, Deanna Church. That's wonderful. She says hello. Say hi, Deanna. Hi, I love you very, very much, Amos. Yes, aren't you cute? Louie, can you tilt your head? Can you tilt your head for the people? Louie, 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 Louie. Oh. I love how she tilts her head. Yeah, she's adorable. Aren't you? You're just adorable. Everybody always loves you. You're the real star of the show. You're the real star of the Vintage and Vinyl. Nobody wants to see the magazine. They all came here to see you. Yes, that's right. I know. I woke you up from your nap. You were all comfy on that little pillow over there. And then here you are. I had a neighbor who would scream at me because she was convinced I was spraying toxic chemicals through the walls. Oh no, Zeno, that's horrible. That is awful. I had a lady that lived above me once, and she constantly would drink too much. And one night I was sitting on my couch and I heard this like crash, and she had dropped a bottle of wine and on her balcony, and our balconies had like open slats, and the whole wine, glass and all, just came crashing through my balcony onto my patio furniture. There was wine all over my window. It was everywhere. It was just a mess. That's right, Louie. My dog and cat are subscribed to Louie. Good, Melly Art. That's wonderful. Yes. I just love her dark face and ears. Yes, she is very soft. She's velvety soft. Yes, she is. You want to get closer to the camera? You want to get closer so people see your little facey better? Oh, you clicked on the keyboard, Louie. Yeah, that happened to me once, Belinda. I'll never forget it. Yeah, she's not wiggling that much because she definitely was snoozing. She was out cold. Show your little face, Louie. The people love you. Okay, should I go get your brother? Which one do you think would be more cooperative? Now, see, I don't think that Cappy, he's a little stinker. I don't think that he'd be very cooperative. You think Otto? I think Otto too. I think Otto wants to be out on camera. Night, Fancy Panda. You have a good night. Love to you. Okay, I'm gonna run and I'm gonna grab my guinea pigs. I can't grab both. I'll grab one. So let me go get Cappy. Cappy probably won't do it, but let me go get Otto. I'll be right back. Stay with me, guys. I'll go get it. Hopefully, Zeno, you're still sticking around and you can see that. So I'll go do that. Let's see. No worries. No, Louie. No, Louie. Okay, guys. Here he is. Here's my little buddy. This is an Otto. Louie, no, you can't be here. This is Otto, as in macchiato. He is kind of a taupe color and a brown, and he's the sweet one. Cappy's a rescue guinea pig, and he's very nice, but he's a little bit more feisty. Like, he doesn't like to be held as much. And he actually bit Otto once, so that's why they're separated. But yeah, Mr. Otto here is very nice. One of my brothers had his guinea pig trained to whistle on command. Yeah, well, when I bring in bags from the grocery store, they go bananas because they think they're getting food. Yes, aren't you just the sweetest? Say hi to the camera. All these people want to say hello. Yes, guinea pigs are much bigger than hamsters. They are pretty large. And I think that he's an American short hair. There are different varieties of guinea pigs, and he's not a long hair or a teddy bear or a hairless, but yeah, he's very sweet. Let's see if I can get him to purr for you. I don't know. He might be a little nervous because Louie's jumping on me. So I got you, Otto. No, Louie, you get down now. I love you, Louie, but you had your screen time. Now let Otto be famous for a little while. Okay? Yeah, he's just the sweetest. Yes, they love to whistle when they hear vegetable bags and crinkling. Yeah, they do, Zeno. And my guinea pig go nuts, don't you? Don't you go nuts. Say hi to the people. Here's the people. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm getting hair all over me, aren't I, little buddy? So here he is. Oh, I don't want him to get loose. There he is. Say hi to the people. So he's got one brown foot, one light colored foot, and then two other light colored feet. No, Otto and Cappy don't get along. Cappy bit Otto. So I took them to the vet, and I left out of town for a couple of days, and I boarded them at a exotic place that specializes in exotic animals. And they're really, really great with the guinea pigs. Like, they do a phenomenal job. And so I took them to board, and one of the new vet techs accidentally put them in the same cage while he was cleaning out one of their cages. Louie, no. And Cappy was a little stinker, and he bit Otto right in the bottom. And luckily, Otto's okay, but man, they had to put in a staple. It was a pretty bad bite. So, I mean, it looked like he had gotten torn up pretty badly. And so I do not put them together. So they are in separate cages. But yeah, good to keep them separate. Yeah, they're both males. That's the thing with guinea pigs. If you have like female and female or male and male, they can have kind of an interesting dynamic where they get very angry at each other and they want to dominate. So you have to be careful with that with guinea pigs. I used to have one that I got when I was a baby. He grew quite large and he was pretty docile. I gave him to my grandparents and they ended up loving watching Golden Girls. Yeah, my first guinea pig. Well, I've had several guinea pigs, but my other guinea pigs, um, then I had a rescue guinea pig from a local rescue, and he had a heart condition, so unfortunately he didn't live that long, but he was amazing. His name was what was his name? I have Cappy and Otto now, and he was Chino. Yeah, because he was the other part of yeah. So he was Cappuccino, Chino, and he would sit. I have a picture of him sitting on my shoulder, and we would watch like movies together. And it was just the sweetest. They are guinea pigs are very social, very sweet. Cappy, because I say he was rescued because Louis, no, he had a lot of kids that were like grabbing on him and stuff. So he's not big on being picked up. But Otto is so sweet. Like you could just pat Otto all day long. Yeah, they are really, really cute. Yeah, and they're very territorial. Yeah, you got to watch out for that with guinea pigs. Don't you, Otto? He says, my brother was just mean to me. Yeah, but you're all better now, aren't you, buddy? Yes, you are. You sweet little thing. Okay. Well, I don't want to have this little guy get loose because that has happened to me before where you crawled under the couch and I had to chase you around the apartment. So I'm going to put him back in the cage before he leaps out of my arms, and Louie's loose. So I'm just being extra careful. So I'll be right back. Hang on a minute, folks. All right. Now, Louie, you're going to stay out there. All right. Come on, Louie. Let's go. We got people on the line. So yes, lots of fun animals to see here in my house. So I'm glad you guys got a chance to see the guinea pigs. How do you house them? Are you familiar with the kiddie pool method? I used a typical cage before, but the kiddie pool thing is a lot easier to clean. So Xenomorph, I got these guinea pigs really need to be in larger cages. They're kind of like bunnies. So I got these long cages from PetSmart. They're by the brand Oxo. Now, Oxo makes guinea pig food, which is what the vet recommends, and that's what they eat. They eat Oxbow hay and Oxbow guinea pig pellets. And that's what I use. Now, in London, and a lot of people over there, because the apartments are small, have guinea pigs, and they use CNC cages, which are basically like those shelves that you get that are wire, and they have the little round connectors that you can like make bookcases, and you can kind of customize them. They build these like long, I'm talking 20 feet long things in back rooms, and they can stack them and configure them, and they just put Felice down for the guinea pigs and let the guinea pigs run free in there. So what I do is I don't have room for a CNC cage, but I have two long, kind of made for bunnies that I got at the pet store, and I put Felice down, and then every day I just do a spot clean, and then once a week I wash the Felice. So that's kind of what I do for my guinea pigs, and it works really well. Don't use, if you get guinea pigs, do not use wood chip bedding. Wood chip bedding is very bad for their health, and my vet recommends to get the paper bedding, 100% paper, or the Felice. You got to make sure though that they don't chew the Felice. But the wood chip bedding has bugs and other things, and it's not very good for them. So yes. They can climb, they can get loose, because you have to make sure that the cages are secure, because I had Cappy and Otto at different points get loose and run around my apartment. That's where the saying came from, bit him in the bum. Yeah, well, that's what happened to Mr. Cappy. He was a naughty little guinea pig. I had a black one named Licorice when I was 10. Oh, how cute. Licorice, I love that name. I've had Chino and I've had Asher. And I did not name Asher. Asher came to me that way. And she was black. She was like an all black guinea pig. When I was a teenager, we had a phrase that we used on each other. That was because, Louie. Louie's trying to get this soap. Oh, and of course I have hiccups now. Oh boy. Okay. We use that on each other because the pigs biting each other in the behinds. If they were annoyed with someone, we would tell them, yeah, right? I've heard that. Why do I have hiccups all of a sudden? Jeez, this is not very good during a live chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh boy. You use the same phrase. Yes, that's right. That's the same basic ideas as the kiddie pool method. You use the fabric instead of, wood chips, since they can't jump or climb. And the slick plastic keeps them in. Yeah, so I use the Felice. You can get it at fabric stores. I've also used, I have some, what's in there now, because the Felice is in the wash, is I use guinea pig, not guinea pig, but pet, when you have young puppies, those fabric training pads, you can use those too. And it does really work. Yeah, I just for the fabric Felice book Bewitched, you just get it at Walmart even. I think my vet was saying that they go to Walmart at Christmas time and buy a bunch of those really cheap Felice blankets, and that's what they use, and it works incredibly well for the guinea pigs. It really does. So yeah, that's fantastic. I also don't use the drip water bottles because those leak, and so I just use open waters, and then I just have hay containers on the side. Guinea pigs need constant hay to keep their digestive system running. So I give them constant hay. They love their hay. Oh, night, Melinda. I hadn't laughed that much in a while. I'll be dreaming about fiber, I have a feeling. Good night. Yes, the fiber from the magazine. Guys, I'm sorry I have the hiccups. I've never had that happen to me on a live, so you guys are really getting to know me well here. But yes, oh my gosh, jeez. That fiber stuff was hilarious. I mean, that is hilarious. Sacra fiber. Goodness me. Okay, guys. I think that I might have to do the story another night, because or maybe I can wait till the hiccups go away. I've never had this happen to me, so I am sorry. Jeez. Louise, okay, has this ever happened to y'all on a live? Katie, boo, did that help? No, it never helps to scare me. My mom used to do that as a kid, and it does not help. uh, oh, man. Uh-oh, Katie's drunk. Oh, my. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, Nancy, that is so funny. So when I was on Thrift Use Live a couple of nights ago, my autocorrect accidentally autocorrected to "I'm drunk" in the chats, which was not true. I was just drinking my regular old water, but it was hilarious, and we have laughed about that since. So autocorrect, I tell you, can be just awful. And of course, the other day I was on a chat and we were talking about my guinea pigs and Louie, and it said what did it say? Guinea pug. So somebody thought that I was breeding guinea pigs with the pug, and I'm like, no. Like, I don't even know how that would be possible, but I was dying laughing, and it, because autocorrect it can't get it, and I don't even know like why it wants to do guinea pug. Like, honestly, guinea and pug, like what in what world would I ever be using that in the same sentence? It also cannot, for the life of it, cannot get the word moriagi. Oh my gosh, it just does not understand what moriagi or moriage is. And I just don't know. I mean, some of the things it just is not equipped to handle at all. Let me plug my computer in, guys. My computer here is getting low, and I thought I had it plugged in, but I think I knocked it loose when I went to get the guinea pig. Let's see. The saw works good, too. They just gave you hiccups just by reading about it. Right, Michelle Ann? Oh, man. My son figured out how to turn off and on my laptop. So now it just underlies words misspelled. Oh, yeah. Well, see, that's what I wish would happen on my phone. But see, I watch all the sales on my phone. So it sometimes is just so bad with what it comes up with. Yes, I've experienced some unfortunate autocorrects in the chats. I know they're so terrible, Zeno. And it's like, and everybody was dying laughing that day. They're like, Katie drunk? No, I can't imagine that. I would pay to see that. And I was like, oh man, autocorrect, it strikes again. You could start breeding guinea pigs. I could have a whole business going. No. Maybe, I need a t-shirt series. That's what someone was saying, is you need a t-shirt series with all the mistakes. So like, I need one that says guinea pigs. I need one that says I'm drunk. I need one that says my dog ate the real baby Jesus because I accidentally said that on a lie. That was verbal autocorrect. That was just my brain not working. I was trying to tell about how my dog ate our baby Jesus out of the manger when I was a kid, and I said, "Oh, my dog ate the real baby Jesus." So I definitely need a whole series of t-shirts, I think. And then maybe I could have some with some jokes about some of these vintage advertisements, because, oh my word. Okay, guys, let me pick out a story out of here. This is what the ad is on the other side. And we will pick out a story to read. Let's see what's here. Now, these stories continue on several pages. So I'm trying to find one that's not... I got to find where it starts. As I was mentioning, they do continue on several pages. So let me see here. Hidden ways. See, that's continued on another page. So I got to find where these things start. That's the only thing that's a little bit annoying about the magazines here, is that they start... Okay, oh no, that one is continued on page 47. Okay, hang with me, folks. Let's see. Zeno saying, be especially careful when complimenting somebody's clock. Oh, I can imagine, Zeno, how bad that got. You're just innocently enjoying this wonderful picture of an antique clock, and you're trying to say, oh, I just love that antique clock. Isn't the woodworking beautiful? Yeah, and I could imagine that turns out to be really bad. Also, things get auto-corrected in that same vicinity to other words, and I've had that happen to me, and I'm like, oh my gosh. The funniest thing I've ever heard, I still start laughing when I think of it. Really, Belinda? That's great. I'm glad I made people laugh. Katie, the night was awesome. Your dog ate the real baby Jesus, and I killed Frosty. Yes, Nancy. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. I'm still looking for the beginning of this. Sweet to the meat. Okay, is something that's in here. I'm trying to find the beginning of that story. And they say to go to, okay, now let's see. Is this a whole story or is it continued? Okay, I don't think this one's continued, so I might have luck here. Okay. Pantaloons. All right. Where is this pantaloons page? It says that it's continued on page 35. So let's see. The approved laundry. No, that's not it. Well, geez. Where is this continued? Oh, all right. So, guys, you guys can vote. Night, Belinda. Okay, good night for real. I'm just not sure how to spell that intestinal stuff. Oh, yeah, from the magazine. Sakra, I think is how it's spelled like Zeno put it in. Okay, guys, why don't you vote and let me know what story you want. Here's a story called The Last Mad Sky. Would you guys like this one? This is Last Mad Sky. This one does not continue. Oh, it does. It continues on page 125. So let me go to there. I found finally the beginning of a story. 125. Let's see. How long is this story? And then it continues. Oh, hey, there's an advertisement for Aunt Jemima in here, which Aunt Jemima's not made anymore. Let's see. Okay, and then here's A Brush with Beauty. So A Brush with Beauty or Mad Sky, which one would you guys like to hear? Let me know. And you guys can vote in the chat, and I will read whichever one you pick. So you guys can pick and let me know. All 24 of you that are still watching. Let's see. Zeno, have you seen all the Shanter getting old and is grumpy on Twitter? Okay, that's for Zeno. With the help of spell check, I called my daughter, mid-disagreement, a swine. Called my son, oh yeah. I know, right? Sometimes spell check and all that can just not be that great. I am binge watching a show called Heaven on Netflix. Just found it, and it goes away on the 15th. Turns out Shatner is in the final season. Oh, wow. That's neat. Okay, so what would you guys like? I know there's a bit of a delay on StreamYard. So do you want The Last Mad Sky or A Brush with Beauty? Last Mad Sky or A Brush with Beauty. You can vote in the chat, and I will read which one you would like. I'm still waiting for the comments to come in, but I think this is a good one because it's not as long. Oh, there's even an ad in here. I'm kind of looking ahead for blackheads. Well, now that ought to be really nasty and interesting to read about. We're going to have a lot of fun with this magazine, you guys. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna pick now. How about that? Since I don't see any picks in the chat, I think that StreamYard is just delayed. Okay, so how about A Brush with Beauty? Would you guys like to hear this story? This one sounds pretty good to me. And I can find it. The other one's spread across many pages. So how about we pick this one? Okay, let's see. Justin saying A Brush with Beauty, and Zeno saying the Sky one. Okay, so the Sky one is, let me go back to it. Now, it's on several pages, but the Last Mad Sky is what it's called. And that one, oh, where did it go? All right, I found A Brush with Beauty. All right, Last Mad Sky. Where are you? I know you're here because I just saw you. That's the hotel for two. There it is. Come back. All right, this is the Last Mad Sky. It's the worst storm of all brought the best of luck. So this is Last Mad Sky. And this one is A Brush with Beauty. So those are our options, and there's lots more in here. They are really fun. Okay, Brush with Beauty. It sounds saucy. Yes, it does, Book Bewitched. And Dolores is here. Hi, welcome, Dolores. She says, A Brush with Beauty. Michelle Ann says, A Brush with Beauty. Okay, I think we have more votes, Zeno. I'm sorry for A Brush with Beauty, but I will be reading the Sky one, so don't worry. And let me get a sip of water here. It is so fun reading these. I love this. So let me show you the graphics, and then I will be reading A Brush with Beauty. This will be your bedtime story for the night, and then I will sign off. So here are some of the graphics on this pages, and then I'll flip over and we'll do more pages. Okay, so do the beauty one. Zeno, I will be reading the Sky one, so don't worry. I'll be reading that, so stick around. Not tonight, but I will be doing that on another live. Okay, so here we are. A Brush with Beauty by Ruth Murren. Okay, and I just knocked the computer cord out as I was going to read this. I must look like a disorganized mess. I'm sorry, guys. All right, here we go. A Brush with Beauty, Ruth Murren. I wonder who first tied a bundle of reeds together to make a broom. Who first shredded the end of a sweet-tasting twig to polish her teeth with? What genius discovered that a cluster of bristles tightly fastened together was a splendid implement for making one's hair shiny and smooth? To these early brush makers I give my gratitude, for think how unkempt we all would be without a clothes brush, a toothbrush, and a shoe brush. Any brushes at all, deprived of them, the glossy hair, glowing complexion, and well-manicured hands, which we all regard are essential to an attractive appearance, that would be impossible. The making of brushes is very old, thousands of years before Christ. Activists were painting pictures that gave evidence that brushes were used to apply the color. It may be that Helen of Troy had her own special brand of bristle or camel's hair to add to the final productive touch to the face that launched 1,000 ships. But the widespread use of brushes for personal grooming is surprisingly modern. It is only within the past 50 years that the toothbrush, which today is whited twice a day by everyone with any persistence of cleanliness, came into virtual use. Now it is an accepted thing for every woman to have a dozen or more brushes to make her skin, her hair, and her whole person pleasant to look at. She has a special brush for her hair, one for her bath, and one for her hands, for her complexion, two for her teeth, one for her clothes, for her shoes, for her hat, and one to apply polish to her nails, and one for powdering, and others to make her eyebrows smooth and her lashes look longer and darker. For a few years after short hair came into fashion, the hairbrush suffered a curious eclipse. The idea got that the brushing would straighten out the permanent wave. This, of course, is a silly notion because a good permanent really is permanent, and the only reason one must have a new one about twice a year is that the hair grows out and must be curled. Because woman neglected the old-fashioned rite of hundreds of strokes a day, their hair lost its silkiness and luster, and began to feel her mother's patience came triumphantly back today and is the exceptional woman who does not regard a fine hairbrush as one of their most necessary possessions. Compared to old hairbrushes that could not stand washing and lose their bristles with maddening ease, those you can buy now are treasures of efficiency. They are likely to cost you a fair price because a good brush is not a cheap affair, but they are constructed for hard surface. Choose one with a plain wood or a composition back, not too wide, for a narrow brush is more easily managed. Make certain that is the type of which you wash or sterilize as often as you wish. The bristles should be long, resilient, and penetrating. The way the clusters are arranged affects the brushing efficiency, so brush makers spend a great deal of time experimenting with different ways of spacing, since a perfectly flat brush does not penetrate the bristles of varying length. One famous brush maker has devised a wave-like arrangement of the bristles which separate the hair into strands, and it is being brushed and so penetrates usually so well. It removes snarls and tangles easily, and perhaps this is the reason the manufacturer has brought it out to a small size and bright colors for children. The gay little brush is accompanied perhaps by a matching toothbrush, a petite nail cleaner, and has already proved a big help to mothers to train small daughters in the ways of beauty. A shampoo massage brush made by an English firm is an innovation which has been welcomed by women who wash their own hair. It is round with a little knob on top which can be firmly grasped onto so that the brush won't slip. Use it before and during the shampoo to loosen dandruff and thoroughly cleanse and stimulate the scalp. An occasional complexion brush treatment is part of the beauty routine of those who want to root out blackheads or give life to dull complexion. One specialist recommends using a hand soap and just barely touching the face with soft bristles of her complexion. A complexion brush from London designed to give the fresh look of English faces have come in set with a special egg-shaped one. So here are the brushes in the story that they're talking about before I continue reading. Can you see that? There it is. That's a lot of brushes too. Okay. And there is a new egg-shaped one with a bright composition back, irresistible to women who look such practical tools of beauty to be small and colorful. And using any of these, remember that a gentle touch on any face will bring results than a vigorous scrubbing. Much better. And for tender skin, a treatment once or twice a week is enough to keep those pores open and free from clogging. More frequent use might be irritating. To have skin smooth and clear enough to show advantage in backless evening gowns and revealing sports costumes, there is nothing more helpful than a regular scrubbing with soap and water and a fairly stiff bath brush. It prevents the goose flesh appearance that comes from lack of circulation, removes dead cuticles, and makes the pores active. Some authorities say this method of stimulating circulation breaks down fatty tissue and is helpful for those who want to reduce in spots. It seems a slow way to me, but some women find it a pleasant exchange from a massage and exercise. All sorts of small things can be done in a way with means of a brush. If your elbows look rough and dark, scrub them daily. A hand brush is helpful to keep nails spotless and cuticles trimmed. Recently, I have found a tried and true toothbrush. It resembles a military brush in shape and has a strap across the back for your hand. Slip it through, and this is continued on 174. Let me go to that page, guys. I'm on 174. A brush with beauty. Here it is. Bristles stiff enough to help rid your feet of calluses. In a dozen of new ways, we are using brushes, but the chief reason why you and I like to add our collection is that they contribute so much to that air of habitual freshness, which is so attractive. And as you clean your teeth, scrub your body, polish your shining hair, or dust off that sprinkle of powder from the front of your dress, it is nice to know that you are using a better brush than the Queen could own a century ago. Here, hers was gaudy, with gold and jewels, but it was flimsy and unsanitary. Yours is plain as a Quaker, but it cleans and polishes perfectly and can be washed in the twinkling, and the bristles stay on the job. Well, that was a little fun read. So apparently back in 1930, you had a bunch of brushes. Imagine having a brush for everything. Your nails, your hair, your teeth, your clothes, like shoes. Like, holy moly, that was a lot of upkeep. I mean, obviously, you know, everyone brushes their hair or their teeth. You know, those are kind of normal. And a lot of people use dry brushes on the skin because they're very good at exfoliation. But, you know, having a brush for your clothes, that's hard for me to imagine. Now, shoes, I do have a nice stiff brush for my shoes, but that's kind of fun to see. And, you know, a lot of those old magazines were very big on cleanliness. So I'm very intrigued. I want to go back. We'll get to that ad on the blackheads because I know that's gross for a lot of people. But if you see a lot of older advertisements, they advertise that a lot because those were gross. And I think it was Lorianne. It was either Lorianne Vintage Roots Collection or it was Tina from A Vision of Vintage Co. They posted on their Facebook page and like a home life kind of it was a book, and I don't remember the title, but it was basically on purity for children. And one of the things was they were talking in this chapter from the 1900s about how, you know, boys should be clean. And of course, then they were saying you should bathe once a week. Now we bathe every day. But they talked about how blackheads are gross and like they're the devil, you know, in a sense, like they're unclean. And they use some really strong wording to get people to scrub their skin to get rid of those things. So I always find that interesting. There's definitely a big push to be clean. Wow, a bareback in a magazine. I know, right? Yes. Doing lives takes a lot of multitasking, so no worries. Oh, good, Zeno. Yeah, I try not to get up and move from the camera. Like, you know, I try to have everything around me and everything all set up, but sometimes you do have to just get up and go. Yeah, the beauty one is what people voted for, but yes, ooh, yeah, I know, right? This is fascinating. I just started a dry brushing for a healthier lymphatic system. Yes, Michelle Ann, a lot of people talk about how good that is, and I have a friend that loves like hard, it's kind of like a pumice stone, but for skin, and it's like what are those things called? You can make them like a loofah, but they're made out of a material. Anyway, he loves it for his skin when he's taking a shower. Okay, I'm loving this. I will say I got my grandbaby a tangle removing brush. Makes morning so much easier. I've now bought myself one since COVID. Weird hairdos is a constant bedhead. I know what you mean, Book Bewitched. My hair, so I'm removing my hat, and I had like a short pixie cut before the pandemic, and I've been cutting my own hair because I can't go out, you know, to the salons right now. So my hair looks so bad. Like I can touch I've got so much hair on the top of my head that I can touch my nose. Like that is long for me, and my hair just looks unruly. So I don't use a brush, but I have a detangling comb that I use because I do have very, very thick hair. But when I was a kid, my dad would get that detangling spray, and he would also get the brush and go through my hair because I had long hair. As long as it's not like a Brillo pad. Yeah, no, it's more like a hard loofah. Yeah, it was. It was fun to read that. I agree. I smirked at the thought of needing so many brushes, but as Katie listed them, I'm saying, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense now that you think about it. It is a lot of brushes, but it does make sense, like having a body brush, having a hairbrush, a toothbrush, a nail brush. What else is a shoe brush, clothes brush? I mean, I guess all of those things we do use, but it's just weird to have. Yeah, lint brush, as Book Bewitched said, that's another type of brush. But to think that like maybe they had a whole cases of brushes, like wouldn't that be cool to see a vintage case? I know that they have those vanity sets and they have the most gorgeous brushes. But imagine like having a whole set of vintage ones. Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe not the toothbrush, like I could do without that. but having a whole set of vintage brushes would be amazing. And then it's also wild to think that somebody in some factory was going around and like figuring out the science of the bristles. Like that's amazing that there is some person out there, even way back in the 30s, that goes, okay, we need to have these bristles in a certain configuration so that my hair is combed through better. I don't know. I just find that kind of stuff interesting. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the story, Justin. It wasn't as saucy as I thought it was going to be, but as someone pointed out, I think it was Nancy, there is a bare back in there, so that's quite interesting. Yes, my mom was a hat person. Oh, thank you. Yes, I love my hat. This was my papa's hat, my grandfather, so I'm loving that hat. Back before the days of electric clothes washers, your clothes would be brushed and aired out. Dirt spots were cleaned off. We wash our clothes a lot more than they did. Yes, I'm sure. And they wear out faster. Yeah, that's something my grandmother will tell you. She line dries, still to this day, line dries all of her clothes. She washes them in the wash machine, but she line dries them, and she's had some of the same things, like same sweaters. They've never stretched out or shrunk or worn down. And I really think it's because of that line drawing. It seems kind of like, oh my gosh, it takes a lot of time, but it's worth it. Like women's bras. Now this is getting a little bit open with you guys on the live here, but women's bras and underwear, like you really are supposed to dry them, like line dry them. If you go buy one from a store that does fittings, that's what they'll tell you. Now, I'm not the best at that because we're all busy, and who has time to line dry like all their undergarments all the time? But it does make sense, and I really think that's a reason why. But I never thought about a brush to get out the dirt, but that does sort of make sense. Yeah, it is. It's very interesting. It's neat to read about that kind of stuff. I used to wear a hat like yours with a gray feather. Yes, I love the feathers. Now this one has a feather here. This is the feather that came in the hat. It is a black and red feather. And then my grandfather, he had a connection to Alaska. So this hat, I think he bought in Alaska, or maybe it's a Dobbs hat, but maybe he just added this. But it's a little moose, and it says Anchorage, Alaska. He was in seminary. He was a pastor. And so I think that he had a connection with studying, doing something with seminary or something in Alaska. And so that's always been a very special place to our family. And that's a really cool pin. And people love it. When I was able to go out before the pandemic, people would stop me all the time and say, oh, what's on your hat? That's so cute, because they love the little moose. And I do too. He's just so happy. Yeah, good luck line drawing in Florida. Tell me about it, Xenomorph. I mean, it takes like 4 days to dry something. Yeah, that's just, not happening in Florida. Justin saying, I think that's why clothes lasted longer back then. People use clotheslines. Yeah. And if you go overseas, it's really interesting. When I was in Argentina and other places, you can see that people line dried everything. And you go down these streets and there would just be tons of, like, apartment buildings, but there would be all kinds of colorful clothes that would just line the streets because people would run lines, outside on their patios. And there'd just be all these clothes line drying because a lot of people don't have dryers. They have like a wash machine. Like in England, a lot of wash machines are actually in the kitchen. And it's just fascinating to me. And I probably think that is why that clothes lasted a lot longer back then. And my grandmother believes in it. And it's probably very true. I just don't have the kind of time, like we don't, dryers are so nice now. Now, there are some things that I have like that I would never dry because they would shrink, but I love it. I'm fascinated by this kind of stuff. So it's fun. So this was the 1935 Good Housekeeping magazine. The cover came loose, but I'm going to put that back on so that it doesn't get lost. But I will be sharing more of this magazine with you every Monday. Now, tonight I advertised 9:30 and I ended up going a little bit later because Tim and Over the Years was still having a sale. And I really didn't want you guys to have to choose between going to a sale and seeing the magazine. So I think if Tim ends up running his sale to about 9:40, I probably will do 9:40 every Monday. And then on Wednesday, I'll have my normal live chat. And I am going from 6:30. That was the time that I used to do, 6:30. Cindy at Mimi's Treasure Cottage is now having sales, which I'm so excited about, on Wednesday at 6. So I will be moving to 9. And a lot of you guys were saying that you like the later chat. So that is good for all of you guys that are on the West Coast. That will help you out a lot. So we will be doing things at 9 o'clock. That's going to kind of be my time. And yes, Dolores, I believe you're overseas, right? In England. She was saying we line drying here in the summer. That makes just so much sense. Michelle Ann saying people also wore their clothes more than once. Yeah, now we all wash our clothes like the minute we take it off, right? I mean, I do that. Does anyone else in the chat use their laundry machine as a hamper? Because that's what I do. So not cutting it myself, but always had spiked fun colored hair. As I had surgeries, then COVID almost 2 years ago freaks me out if it touches me. I think it's spiders tied up, but I don't. Oh, your hair. Yeah, I used to have really fun colored hair. Before the pandemic, I had someone was saying that they saw a little blonde in my hair. So I actually had like red hair, like red hair. And I had highlights, like blonde highlights. And then I had the short pixie cut and I really liked it. But, with the pandemic, I'm back to brown, which is fine. I like my brown hair, but it's kind of fun to have a color, I think. Yes. So I read, let's see, we have small washing machines in the kitchen and our dryers in the shed. That is just really interesting. And yes, I think Dolores is in England, and it's just fascinating to me that things are done differently. Yes, Europeans can't believe how huge things are in the States. Yes, Justin, I saw a documentary on that once. They were talking about in England how small things are compared to here. We have a lot of square footage here in the States, and in England everything is much smaller. So that's so true. Zeno saying you can buy a clothes spinner that will make line drawing very fast. Yes, I've seen that, Xenomorph. People that live in like New York, that live in apartments, they were talking about how they don't have wash machines. So wash machines, they got to go to a laundromat, but you can actually get like portable wash machines. And they were using that. So they were getting like a portable machine for their clothes and then a portable dryer. And it really does help. Melliart, I just missed your comment. The chat jumped on me. Let's see. Where did you go? I saw you. You're here. I'm not crazy. Oh, yes, Melliart. There we are. I also line dry clothes. I don't even have a dryer. And yes, you're in, did I say Finland? You're in Finland, right? So yes, that's just really, really interesting. It can be very humid here in the southeast, so line drawing doesn't work. Yeah, it gets very humid. That is a problem here in Florida. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the humidity, and I'm not really complaining because I feel lucky. A lot of people would kill to live in Florida, but it does. It gets very humid here. Dolores is saying yes, in the UK, which is all for now nationally locked down again until February. Oh no. I can't wait for this all to be over, but I will say the good thing is we have all come together. We have formed a really awesome community. We've all gotten to know each other. We all know, each other's dogs, where we're from, our names. I just think it's wonderful what, such a terrible pandemic has created. It's created some good, Yes, there's been a lot of bad last year, and this year is 2021, but there's still the pandemic going on, and all of that's bad, but there is some good that can come out of the bad. You just have to look for it. And what I've really enjoyed is this community, how well we've all come together. We've become really an awesome little family here. And I just think that's the best part of this pandemic is it's forced us all to be, online now. And we've all gotten to know each other a little better. And these live sales have started. So we're all in the chats, and we've had a lot of us have started YouTube, and it's just been really fun. So that is the really good part about this darn pandemic. Now, when it's winter and cold, clothes dry very fast outside because the frost absorbs the moisture in an instant. Melly art, that's very, very cool. Yeah, line drawing, I think, is the way to go if you can do that. Justin saying, what do you keep your thermostat at? Yes, Justin, I get hot very easily. So my thermostat all year round stays at 68. Now, that may seem cold, but actually, the JEA, which we have JEA here, but that's our power company, they actually tell people to leave it at that because they were explaining that the more you go up and down on the thermostat, like people set it to 80 when they leave and then they come back and they cool it off, it actually takes more energy to cool it off, so your bill goes higher. And I have found that since I've been leaving it at 68 all the time, it's crazy. My bill has dropped. Like, I'm just amazed. So it does work. And I like being cold. I just can't stand being hot. Oh, yes. Oh, you're on Instagram. Yeah, Miss Damn Jewelry's on Instagram. That's Dolores in the chat there. Well, guys, this has been so much fun. I have loved getting to chat with you all and share this fabulous magazine from Debbie. So go subscribe to Debbie at RVagabond Travels. This was fabulous friend mail, and I am just thrilled to have this magazine. Oh my gosh, this is cool. Especially like this Coca-Cola ad is just so fabulous. So I will be sharing more of this magazine. We will go through the whole magazine, and I do have more of these. So I have another one, and then I've got a Coca-Cola bottler that I'm going to go through. So we will be doing that. Justin says, yes, I do 68 here also all the time in the Michigan winter. That makes sense, Justin. Auntie K saying, J.A., forgot about them. So fun to connect with someone in a town I've lived in. Yes, Auntie K, you have been in Jacksonville too. So yes, thanks. This was fun. Good, Sharon C. I'm glad. Have a good night. Thank you for the fun time. Good. I'm so glad. I've an EG app I've never ventured over. I'm not sure, Book Bewitched. That's when I leave mine in Ohio, even in the winter. Yes, so the next trivia night, Auntie K, I think on Wednesday, I'll be having a live chat. I will be doing some friend mail, and I think on Wednesday we'll do some trivia. So this Wednesday at 9 o'clock on my YouTube channel, look out for some really fun trivia, friend mail, and lots of fun vintage chatter. And then on Wednesday, also look out for my video from the Architectural Salvage Yard. I cannot wait to show you guys that. Holy moly, you guys are going to love it. It's fabulous. And so that is going to be really fun. Xenomorph is saying, George and I both subscribe to her channel. I want to pick her brain about RVing in Mexico. Oh, George. Yes, I'm so glad, Debbie. Thank you, Zeno and George. I'll get this right, for subscribing to Debbie's channel, RVagabond Travels. So yes, I'm so glad you did. And she does live part-time in Mexico, and she is right by the Tolana, I think is how you say it. We say a lot of times people here say Tonala, but I think it's Tonala, she was telling me. And it is so wonderful that she lives there and she can do a deep dive into the factory. So that's going to be really exciting. Yes, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, you're so welcome, Deanna Church. And yes, good night, say your prayers, and sweet dreams. Good night, sweet dreams, say your prayers. Yes, so 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay, guys, this is fun. This is so much fun. I keep mine 10 degrees higher year-round. Want to trade places? Oh, Zeno, I am so glad that you were on the chat the other night. It was so fun getting to be with you live on Michelle's channel. I just so much enjoyed that, and I'm so glad you were here tonight. And Nancy is here. And she's saying her house is 62 right now, so I need to get more heating oil. Got to make that stretch as long as I can these days. Yes, and I hope you get that heater fixed, Nancy. We are really rooting for you. I'm thrilled with Katie and each and every one of you. Lovely social night. Good. I'm glad that you got a chance to be on the chat. That's my hope with these chats, is not only is it fun for me to do, like I love sharing and chatting with you all. I love talking with people, and I miss that because I'm home alone. And I love sharing the fabulous magazines and friend mail, but I really hope this creates a sense of community and gives people a place to have fun, escape the world for a little while, and just get a chance to feel like they're going out even though they're home in their house. So that is my hope. Yes, Tonala. Okay, I said that right. I'm so glad I got that. Thanks, Katie. This was fun, but now it's time to go out with the dog. We had lots of snow, and my dog really loves it. Bye and good night. Have a nice week. Bye, Melliart. I'm so glad you joined the chat. Yay. Yes, I'm still alive, Angela. 4 hours. Holy cow. I can't believe I've been on that long. I got to get going. Oh, no worries, Christina Aguilar. You can watch the replay, and I will be back on Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going later, and hopefully everybody will get a chance to join in. Miss Damn Julie, Dolores is on Instagram, so please go follow Miss Damn Jewelry. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble saying your name on Instagram. Thank you, Katie. I have to finish getting ready for work. Take care. Yes, take care. I have another hour before bed, hoping I find more than just this piece of Blanco glass for Thursday's live sale, where it would be a darn short sale. Blanco glass is very nice glass, Nancy. So I'm glad you found that. I tried moving to Florida, and I did so winter 2010. Tonala, I put an extra O in there. Oh, yes. Hi, Rebecca Higgins. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you're here. The winter was very un-Florida-like. Yes, I can imagine. In 2010, yes, our winter this year, we've had a lot colder weather than normal. It's usually very hot here, and I am living for it. I love the cold weather. It's fabulous. So, guys, that is all I have for you tonight. We went through a couple of pages of the Good Housekeeping. I really enjoy this, and I try to read all the little information on the page because I just think it's fun to hear how stuff was worded then. And so we'll be going through this magazine every Monday, probably around 9:40 after Tim's sale, and I will hope to see you there. And I've got more content coming out for you this week. I've got my great video of the architectural salvage yard that I love going to on Wednesday, and then Friday I am going to have my regular vinyl content. So I'll be showing you some of my favorite 50s vinyl, so you want to stay tuned for that. Hi, Denise. Welcome. I'm so sorry that you are just catching the end of this live, but I will be back. Don't you all worry. We'll have some fun trivia and other stuff coming up on Wednesday. And much love to you guys out there. I hope, as always, you will stay in, stay safe, and bend YouTube. Bye-bye now.